Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Santa Clara City Council meeting. We are going to start our 6 p.m. study session, so I'd like to call this meeting to order. Our study session is related to the strategy for additional parkland in the Tasman East Specific Plan area in conjunction with an amendment to add 1,500 units to the specific plan. City Manager?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Yes, this is a study session, and this is focused on Tasman East Specific Plan, which originally had 4,500 units, but council directed staff to look into adding another 1,500. So today's study session is just a dialogue, getting your comments, and Community Development Director Andrew Crabtree will walk us through it. Couple things, number one is the amendment with those 1,500 units. Second is obviously the parkland discussion. How do we get about, getting fees or space for parkland, et cetera. So Andrew will walk us through it, and during or after you can ask questions or give us your comments. And as I said, this is a study session, no action needed tonight. So with your permission, Mayor, Andrew.
Thank you, Director Crabtree. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. So tonight's study session will be focused on a strategy to provide parklands for the new high-density residential neighborhood under development within the Tasman East Specific Plan area, which is located in the north part of Santa Clara, north of Tasman Drive, and just west of the Guadalupe River, which is our border with San Jose, and generally northeast of Levi Stadium, immediately east and south of the related Santa Clara development. So in an area where there's a lot of activity in the city. And I do have a PowerPoint I'd like to share with you. Thank you. Next slide, please. So the Tasman East Specific Plan was, just by background, adopted in 2018 with the goal of creating this new urban residential neighborhood in North Santa Clara, which would be close to jobs, transit, and other activities, generally following good land use planning principles to do so and help meet the city's need to provide for more housing growth in an area where it would be efficient and helpful to do so. The plan has been a real success. It was recognized with an award from the American Planning Association, and even more importantly, it's actually being utilized with close to 4,500 residential units now in the process of completing entitlements or under construction. And I'd like to note that over the Thanksgiving weekend, we had our first resident move into the plan area, into the 100% affordable St. Anton building, which has now opened for occupancy. So based on the success of this plan and because of the projects that are being developed at densities higher than anticipated when the plan was developed, we have some additional land area remaining while the development capacity is essentially being used up. So the city launched a process to amend the specific plan to add up to 1,500 more residential units so that it can be fully utilized. And as part of the process of working on this plan amendment, the City Council directed staff to consider how to add parklands. And the council has also requested that we provide information on other amenities such as retail. And so that's what we're going to focus on at tonight's study session. Next slide, please. So this diagram just briefly shows where the city has projects in process. And you'll note that the ones in purple are completely through the planning entitlement process, generally in either a building permit process or under construction. And then the two in yellow are still in the planning review. The developers are still kind of fine tuning what they want to do in those cases. But what's important to see here, and you can see it readily, is that for the most part, the new development is around the perimeter of the plan area. Really, the two sites on the sort of that face on the Tasman Drive, we don't expect to see the redevelopment soon for a variety of reasons. But everything else in the sort of outer ring is under entitlement or construction. While the center of the plan area is where we have had lesser activity. And if we really think about how to build a complete neighborhood into the future, we certainly don't want to end up with just low intensity industrial buildings in the middle of this new neighborhood surrounded by higher density residential development. The next slide, please. So the specific plan was adopted in 2018, included a parkland framework that set a standard of 5 acres of dedicated parkland and an additional 5 acres of open space, some of which could be private common areas within the new development. And this is being implemented through the city's parkland dedication ordinance. So it follows the general requirements in that ordinance, but then the plan adds additional direction, specifically identifying sites for certain amounts of parkland that you can see on this diagram, 0.85 acres to the north, 2.5 along the river, and so forth. And the intent there is that as the new development would come in, this parkland would be implemented through the city requiring dedications from that development to create each of these parks. You can also see the concept of a central main street along Calle del Sol and the sort of paseo that extends northward, with the red representing retail or public use of services like you might find on a main street that line that and support the new neighborhood. And then the bluish green arrows represent greenways or paseos that connect these areas, the parkland and the main street, and would be open spaces that would be privately owned but completely accessible to the public so that they can move through the plan area. The next slide, please. So this illustration, we overlaid the various plans or projects that were entitled or in the process of getting entitled with the aerial photo and kind of the framework of the parkland concept. So you can see how they match. You can see how we're implementing, for example, the 2.5 acre Riverside Park on the development projects that are in process there, the paseos that kind of line through. You do see the big sort of TBD for the 1 acre Central Park area where we haven't had development projects come in. One thing to note here too is that I mentioned that we have a couple of 100% affordable housing projects. One of them, the St. Anton project, was able to use a waiver, requested use of a waiver to not provide their parkland dedication. Under state law, they're allowed to do that. And so we reduced the parkland that we were going to receive there by 0.22 acres. So we have a little bit of a shortfall from the 5 acres of dedicated parkland that the plan called for. However, we are on track to exceed the amount of private open space requirement as we go forward with the implementation. And as we're going to talk about tonight, we're looking at ways to add more parkland. Next slide, please. So it's also important to keep the larger context of the plan area in mind, as this was also a part of the plan's open space or parkland strategy. As you can see here, the neighborhood is adjacent to the Guadalupe River Park trail with good access to that and the Eula Stack natural area. It's also adjacent to the new related Santa Clara development, which includes what we're calling the Central Park North here on this diagram. There will also be other open spaces and amenities within that development. And the site is also within walking distance of the Santa Clara Youth Soccer Park and the Catherine Hughes Elementary Fairway Glen Park. And so there is good access. Those are walking times shown there, 3 to 12 minutes to other open space amenities in the area. Next slide, please. I'm going to talk a little bit about retail and services. I know that that's been an ongoing concern and interest of the City Council. So the specific plan did include a market analysis for retail and grocery stores. And as you saw in an earlier slide, the specific plan itself supports about 100,000 square feet of commercial development along that main street. But we're also recognizing that there are other commercial uses within proximity. There's actually quite a few sprinkled around the area that contribute to that. We did look closely at grocery stores in particular, because we understand that that's a real interest, and there is market support for a small format grocery store in the plan area. So we made sure that the plan could accommodate that as new development comes in. Next slide, please. And so just a little bit more on the retail as noted here, you can see that the 106,000 square feet is planned along there with the potential for a grocery store of up to 25,000 square feet. All that was analyzed in the specific plan and is supported by the land use plan. Next slide, please. I would also note that in the projects that have come in, just like we did with the parklands, we sort of overlaid the retail space, and we have about 51,000 square feet, so almost half of the 106 potential that was supported by the plan. One of the projects there, the Calle de Mundo one, is now 100% affordable. In fact, we have an item really did on the agenda as well, but that's been moving forward as a 100% affordable housing project. Oftentimes, it's very difficult to do retail within 100% affordable housing developments because of restrictions on their funding sources. But there's an innovative deal there with the one of the developers to sort of lease back that space and take ownership of it and still move forward with a retail use. I know they talked about like a brew pub. We'll see what it is, but that's something we're really working hard to keep that retail sort of spine concept as we move forward. Next slide, please. And again, just more about some of the amenities in the area. This is something from a commercial broker, but it just shows different shopping and restaurants, and maybe a little bit out of date. But we've had this before, that there's just a lot that's going on in North Santa Clara, and obviously a related Santa Clara development will add even more to that, which isn't yet on here. Next slide, please. And this illustration just really shows that relationship, how this neighborhood really sits adjacent to the related Santa Clara development. So if you think about the amount of new retail and amenities, restaurants, sort of attractive destinations to go to, they're going to be right there adjacent to this new neighborhood. So that will, and they'll really kind of function together. Next slide, please. So I talked a little bit about how the approved developments are around the perimeter. I just want to note too that we in the plan have names for each of these different districts: Hill District, River District, Center District, Bridge District, and Station District. And so as we evaluate our parkland going forward, we're really focused on the Center District because that's where the development opportunity will be. Next slide. And again, this kind of the area outlined here was really the focus of what can we do in this area. The sites that are noted at number 9 and number 11 have Paseo as part of consistent with the specific plan included in their approved land use plan. So we didn't know that Paseo is coming. And as we thought about, the framework says we need to build or get a 1 acre of dedicated parkland in this area as we implement it. And there are really like 2 approaches that we can think of to try to add on to that, because we recognize that 1 acre really represents the parkland that should go with the 4,500 units in the original plan. And so if we're adding units, we need to add to that. We need to have more than 1 acre. Could we do that through more land dedication, which would fall on that new development, or should we be thinking about land purchase? And those are kind of the 2 options that we've been evaluating staff in our department, Parks and Rec department, along with our consultant. Next slide, please. So if we look at increased dedication, that would include the current 1 acre that we have. And then generally speaking, if we're trying to get land for parks through dedication, we want to distribute it over as many parcels as possible so that all the different developments kind of participating, we have the greatest ability to get land from each parcel without it hopefully making any one particular development infeasible. And that's an important criteria too. We don't want to come up with a parkland strategy that is infeasible and won't be implemented at all because we're asking for so much of any particular parcel to be dedicated that what's left isn't large enough to support a development that can be successful. Next slide. So with the consultant, first we kind of mapped out, like if we took the 1 acre and we just really spread it out over the entirety of all the parcels that are still to be developed, what would that look like? You get this you get this very long, skinny parcel if it's contiguous across there, and the width of it's about 60 feet, so about double what our Paseo width would be, and that represents about 15% of land area being dedicated. Next slide, please. Then we looked at scenarios where we increased that by 1/2 acre here, which gets us up to about 90 acres. Remaining parcel depth for development is 150. It represents about 23% of the site area being dedicated. In our experience, that's possibly leaving enough land area to be dedicated, but it's just getting us to a 1/2 acre park. Next slide, please. And then we also looked at different shapes that might get some wider dimensions, but again, sort of an awkward shape for a park. And you have issues with that parkland really perhaps not feeling very public. It's buildings kind of wrap around it. There's some other disadvantages. Next slide. And finally, we looked at trying to get a little bit wider. This one, I'm sorry, this says 1.5 on the slide, but it's actually 1.65. A little bit larger park area. And what that would look like. And it's about 100 feet wide. Next slide, please. So after looking at these alternatives, we saw some obvious disadvantages. Just trying to rely on this dedication strategy will give us a long, narrow park, which is not ideal for how you program that park area. It does, if you really spread it across all the parcels, you don't end up with public street access. So it would have to be accessed through a Paseo or some other means like that. And not to feel as public. And then really, the last one too, a piecemeal implementation over time, because it's dependent on a project coming forward. If different property owners come in at different times, you might get a little bit of parkland in one place and not in the other. Also, as noted too, we only, if we got much over 0.65, we were really getting beyond the realm of what would be feasible. Even at that number, a number of developers told us they thought we were probably taking too much of the land area for a developer to be interested in moving forward with the project. So next slide, please. So then we looked at the other alternative, which is to move forward with a land purchase strategy. And we really saw a number of advantages to that. It clearly seemed like the better approach. We've already, as development has moved forward through the building permit process, we've already collected about $18 million in fees. So we have funds we can use if with council approval to move forward in that this strategy down the road to purchase land. There are sites now available on the market, contiguous parcels that would purchase. You would have a better proportion of shapes, more, not a long skinny shape, but more closer to a regular rectangular shape, as you can see what the shapes of the parcels look like. And that would help us get more usable parkland. If we move forward with the purchase, we can also continue to require dedication from adjacent parcels, and that would help us to grow it further. And we would also set aside some of the parkland dedication ordinance fees for design, engineering, construction of the park. We looked at. Next slide, please. So with that, we've identified the potential to purchase, we think, up to about 2 acres of parkland, and that's what we're recommending as we move forward. And that could then, through the land dedication strategy, be expanded up to about 3 acres potentially, and that's what our strategy, our approach that we want to council to discuss and give input on it to tonight. And with that, staff's available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Crabtree. We'll go down the list of council members and questions. Okay, Vice Mayor Jane?
Thank you, Andrew. I have a few questions. I know that you said that the Central Park North is a 12-minute walk. What is the time frame of the developments? Like, when will these buildings at Tasman East be occupied? And when do we anticipate the Central Park North project to be developed? And then what is the distance? I know you listed all these parks within 5 minutes and so on. What is the distance to the nearest tennis court and the nearest basketball court? Finally, how much area does it take to build a tennis court? What percentage of an acre? And what percentage of an acre does it take to build a basketball court or a pickleball court or a community garden? So how much would we need to build those amenities if there aren't those amenities nearby? Finally, I think I had submitted some questions in advance, and it seems to me that with the parkland in lieu fees for all these developments, 6,000 units, there will actually be generated up to $195 million of parkland fees that could be used to purchase land. And to me, it's important for the kids to be able to go to a park that's very close to their homes and not have to go some distance. So I'm very much in favor of purchasing some of these parcels to make a nice park with some good amenities, like a basketball court or a tennis court. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council members that have questions? Karen?
Thank you. We're having trouble with my IT. When you talk about purchasing, you said 2 to 3 acres, and that there were specific parcels that might be available. You didn't show us on the map where those are.
Okay, is that your question?
Yeah.
All right. Anyone else? Oh, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. So if I understand right, Director Crabtree, thanks for the presentation, first of all. The 195 projected park in lieu fees, out of that, how much can we use for purchase? I know you gave us 2 numbers, like you said. $18 million is available for purchase, and I'm looking at the 195 million. What's the difference between those two for land purchase, basically? That's my one question. And second question, because of the parkland deficiency in the area, and especially that is a very high density area, we are giving 100 dwelling units per acre, basically. So I would even go more than 2 acres. If there is more land available, contiguous land available, we should be going, and if we have funds, we should be going more than that. Is that feasible?
Okay, are there other questions? Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you also, Andrew, for the presentation. I know there are some other parks in the area that didn't show up on the screen that already have basketball courts and tennis courts that are basically walking distance from Tasman East, but maybe you'll talk about them later. But I did want to know where the BMX track is, the land that will eventually be developed. Is it possible that any of that land could be used as to either purchase, well, it's city land, to use as part of this parkland dedication that we're looking at or looking for? That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I had a couple of questions. One is the existing open space that's being proposed by the developments that are there right now. What type of amenities are they providing in the existing Tasman East right now with all the projects that are under construction? And then the potential purchase, I think Councilmember Chahal talked about this, but the potential purchase of the land, or maybe it was Councilmember Hardy, can't remember now, the potential purchase of the land, and is land even available? I know there's property owners that have not agreed to sell or not agreed to develop at this point. So would there be properties available? The next question I have is the park fees that we generate from this project, is there enough of a nexus where they could be used at the Central Park North park? Because we would be able to program that however, the public wants to see that Central Park North. So we would have a pretty wide variety of opportunities there. And the way I look at this project is that it's going to be very high density there. I want to make sure that there's enough tot lots for the little babies and the very, very young children, because I see some of the walks are across Tasman or crossing Lafayette Street. And, even a 12-minute walk or a 5-minute walk is too much for a small child to take. So I would want to make sure that in that Tasman East development, there's enough tot lots and little baby lots and enough amenities for seniors as well, maybe some passive recreation opportunities there. So those were just my comments and questions. Vice Mayor Jane, did you already go?
I did go, but I had another question.
Okay, go ahead, add it.
I'm very eager to extend the width of the creek trail, and I know that I had brought this up in a 030, and I'm wondering if there's still an opportunity to expand the creek trail. I know we have to work with the Open Space Authority and the Water District, but I've heard from some residents that there's a lot of traffic on the creek trail, and it now does become slightly dangerous due to the narrowness of that trail. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other council questions, Director Crabtree, so if you'd like to
Yes,
take
thank
your
you.
best shot, thank you.
All right, and I'll give my best shot, and then Jim Teixeira will come in and clean up.
Okay.
But let me go first. And just a little bit of a broader context to frame this too. The city has a process to move forward with parkland purchase that goes through closed session and various things as there's property negotiations involved. And so we're trying not to get ahead of that, but just kind of come in with the concept and get the council's temperature around moving forward with that. The 18 million is what we have essentially in the bank at the moment, or around that. Again, that number can change any given day as we have other projects moving through the building permit process. But that's the difference between that. And I think the larger number, Jim may want to weigh in on that a little bit more, but I think that sort of represents the theoretical maximum. As projects move forward, they do get credit for their private recreational amenities under the Parkland Dedication Ordinance. So the Parks Department really is the one that administers that part of the development process, where each project is reviewed, evaluated, determined what exactly their obligation is and how they are meeting it. Let's see some of these questions. There are some sites that are currently being listed for sale if you go on brokerage sites within the central district area. And so again, without wanting to get ahead of that whole process, we acknowledge that that there are sites that are being actively marketed. Who knows what they're asking? We'll have to go through all that. But there is, it appears, a good opportunity perhaps at this moment to actually be moving forward with that, where we actually have sites that are being marketed actively. We've met with brokers too, who say they are representing additional sites that are potentially available. And so, that's all kind of in the background on our thoughts related to this. There was a question about Vice Mayor Jane about widening the creek trail on the Guadalupe River. And so we actually spent a fair amount of time as we were looking at the design of what we're calling the River Park, which abuts the trail. And the applicant really wanted to kind of integrate those, bring it right up to the, work with the the topography so that, their open space would be very close to that trail and essentially augment it. And we ran into a real problem with some of the state regional agencies because there is a historic sort of drainage culvert that goes along that, and which has become protected wetland water area. And so really we were precluded from doing anything adjacent to the river, including that would augment that trail directly. So we will have our park adjacent to the river with this culvert in between as our sort of final outcome. And we did spend several meetings with those agencies trying to see if we could work through that, but we're not able to do so. Let's see. There was a question about the timing of this new development. So as we're talking about, the typical construction time frame is about 3 years to build this new development. Some of it I mentioned is still in planning entitlement, and I would assume about a year to get through the building permit process. These are fairly complex buildings. And so if we continue with the plan amendment, and the newer development is probably like 6 to 7 years out at the earliest, if everything moves quickly. So many things I mentioned are already in the construction, so we will have some of that in the near term, including one project that's already being occupied. And then for the park, Central Park North, perhaps Jim can weigh in on that a bit too. I think that's sort of up to the city when that gets implemented. The related development project that's on the west side of Lafayette Street, as council's aware, has gone through the first sort of three blocks deep, 3 blocks wide sort of area. The phases 1 and 2 have gone through a planning entitlement process and are moving into construction now. So that's probably 3 or 4 years away, which would provide for walkways and other amenities nearby that could help connect to that open space. Jim, at this point, do you want to weigh in on some of these other questions?
Sure. I think it's also helpful to see that illustration again of the Tasman East. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah, of Tasman East, just to put some things in context as we address some of the questions. I think Councilmember Jane, you're asking about tennis courts, basketball courts, pickleball, kindergarten, and how much, what percentage of an acre does it take? Also, there was earlier question just in terms of, how do we determine what we need within a neighborhood and or a community in terms of providing particular quantities of recreational amenities. The National Recreation Parks Association has moved away from trying to set or prescribe numbers of tennis courts, basketball courts, and tell the communities what you should be providing or not. We found it also in Santa Clara when we did our Verde design study, the youth sports needs assessment, that we need about 30 acres of new outdoor and indoor community sports fields, courts, gym space. So since that study, we have developed 9 acres at Reed and Grant Sports Complex. So my quick answer would be we need about another 21 acres for things like a gym, tennis, multi-use field space. And then to the specific question about where are you going to put, individual or smaller, let's say a basketball court, pickleball court, and out in or near the Tasman East area. I don't see it up yet, Andrew, but there's a slide in the presentation where it showed, within a 5-minute walk. So I'd like to point out that several neighborhood parks have come forward through the Park and Rec Commission, have engaged with both neighborhood and community input, and that a couple of those have already, kind of gone through the design process. So the coming to you will be the related Santa Clara just across Lafayette from this neighborhood, there is the East Neighborhood Park, and in it, the design will include pickleball as well as I believe it's half a volleyball sand volleyball court. So that's if you see the little bridge that connects from the Summerhill property over, that's the location where that will be. So it'll probably be a 5-minute walk for persons in Tasman East to get to pickleball, as well as a large playground facility. And we also are looking at to Council Member Hardy's, or who was it? Maybe it was Mayor. No, it was Mayor, regarding playgrounds. So far, 2 of the parks, the Hillside Park that has a playground, and then also the, and I think there's another one of these that shows it a little bit closer. A little bit closer. The actual designs. It showed designs of the parkland. But anyway, we have two neighborhood or mini parks that are actually coming in with playgrounds. So far, within a 5-minute walk, you will have 3 playgrounds, and the design and the construction of those, 2 of those is already is close to being underway. So by the time the residents are moving in, we have our, I guess, our first few residents moving in, that those parks, as they're developed, they'll be able to serve them. As far as soccer fields or larger community facilities, we look at both, we probably would not be putting additional, I don't want to prejudice the process, there always could be, but additional soccer fields in that particular area, because we do have the youth soccer park. But at the community park north, we haven't gone through the public input process, but that certainly would be a location for bringing that in. Actually looking, I think it was slide 5. So you can see, I think a couple of these, you can actually see some of the approved park design for the Hillside Park, which also has off-leash dog area, has outdoor, there's community amenity room, a community room. We have near the senior high-rise, the housing, there's an off-leash dog area, as well as park seating and a playground, and outdoor amenities. I think just north of the Tasman Boulevard, we have a park that came forward as well. So we've already, in terms of what you can do in a small amount of space on the mini parks, as well as the neighborhood park, we are working with the Community Park and Rec Commission, and then bringing those forward to you to council for design approval.
Just kind of jump in on, if I may, on the question about the amenities within the development. And I think it was probably almost a year ago, we had another little presentation on this and had sort of a table, but basically, almost every development has a swimming pool. You can see that illustrated here on these slides. The exception generally being the affordable housing projects, where it doesn't really fit in their financing for that. They have dog parks, we have yoga studios, we have exercise rooms, TV rooms, fireplaces were very popular, sort of a fireplace lounge is kind of like a common area I noticed across those different developments. Really a mix of things. Ensemble is interesting. They have their deck on the 3rd level, and they have like they have a history of being also a hotel developer, and they sort of bring aspects into the way they approach residential development. So they plan to have like a hosted happy hour with a bar and things like that adjacent to the pool as part of their development. They really program their outdoor space with ping pong tables and we see that kind of activity, a real mix of things, but a lot of attention is being given to those private common areas as well.
Correct. That kind of leads into council members' question.
Director
regarding
Teixeira, can
how
you,
much,
Director Teixeira,
of the
Director Teixeira, Director Teixeira, maybe you turn your
Yes.
camera off because you're going in and out. You're your audio's not great. Are you still there?
I'm still here.
Okay, maybe this
trying
might
to
be a
put
little
volume
better.
up.
Thank you.
I'm trying to put volume up as high as I can here. So hopefully, let me try that.
No, sounds better already. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, sorry about all that. Technical issues. So how much of the 195 million is available? As Director Crabtree mentioned, a good amount of that there is in credit back to the developers for the on-site amenities, which complement and fill out additional active recreational amenities. And they mirror, they need to have 4 of the 8 elements. And so they mirror the public elements. So by having what, you might say but they're private amenities, yes, but it helps reduce the demand on the public facilities. So we work carefully with the developers to establish what those will be in their development. And then we look at the adjacent parkland to make sure that we're not, duplicating services, but that there are sufficient recreational amenities for all ages. In regards to the 18 million, that number was based on the applications or fees that have already been collected. So another explanation of a difference of how much is available is as the developers actually come in with their proposals and pull their building permits, then additional fees would be coming in. To the question, where else could we use them because we're also negotiating not just the outreach, community outreach, the design of the public parks, the construction of the parks, but also the maintenance of the parks. So it relieves a lot of that burden from the city, and then those fees then could be used at Central Park North. The Quimby Act and Mitigation Fee Act fees themselves are to help acquire and develop neighborhood and community parks. And so we do see that there will be funding as council allocates it towards the Community Park North. We have been with the Park and Rec Commission, awaiting the related project because it would be $500,000 from them for outreach, design, engineering, and 4.5 for an initial, phased build out, and then additional fees, primarily Mitigation Fee Act fees that come in from Tasman East to fully develop the Community Park North. So I mentioned playgrounds, Community Park North. The parkland deficiency comments and the request or desire to purchase, why 1.5 acres, why not 2, why not 3, why not more? Again, the city's has looked at acquisition, and usually it's a willing seller that the city is working with to purchase land. So there would be fees, again, based on council direction and allocation of those fees for acquisition. But I would say that we're also looking at and funding a citywide Parks and Recreation master plan. And that would help identify other locations throughout the city where there might be, willing sellers and opportunities, perhaps adjacent to existing parks, to expand our existing, park portfolio and be able to put more amenities because the size of the park would be large enough to accommodate compatible adjacent uses. Oftentimes when people say, well, I'd love to have a pickleball court right next to my house, I just go outside and then be there. There are downsides to that, just like having, let's say, a pool right next door, a public pool. Sometimes we have traffic, parking, and noise complaints. And so what I call, compatible adjacent uses, sometimes a tennis court or basketball court, active recreational thing, in a highly dense neighborhood, it may or may not be the best place to site those. So again, acquisition development of a larger park, perhaps Community Park North or in another location, might be the most appropriate place to site those amenities. Senior amenities, we're always looking, and council has directed us in the past to make sure that we're supporting youth and seniors. And so where there are opportunities to do that, we definitely do. And working with, when we were looking at the senior high rise and the commercial, care units that are being developed, we thought about people that would be coming to visit and where seniors want to take, young children, grandkids, the fact that 25% of them have companion animals. So we prioritized in the small space, making sure that there was a playground, all inclusive, entirely accessible for seniors and youth to be able to play together, and then also the off-leash dog area, which is basically less than 1 minute walk from their building. I think that kind of answered, unless I missed.
Thank you, Jim. I want to add on a little bit on the question about why 2 or 3 acres, why not more, and just note that we were looking at the amount of money that we have now and sort of what land prices are, and partly coming to that sort of approach that we think we could purchase up to about 2 acres. Also keep in mind the need for some of that fund to go to design and improvement. And also the total land area that remains available for development is a little bit less than 7 acres. So when you factor in the paseos that would also be required, we're really getting kind of close to about half of that being open space. So I think that's a fairly significant movement. Of course, if the city does, ultimately we could consider trying to purchase more of that remaining area if funds become available.
Okay, well, thank you very much for all those answers. We might have some follow-up questions for you. Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes, thank you. I may be unclear on the details here, but the youth soccer park isn't really available to the public, right? It's only available to scheduled games, so kids couldn't just go and do a pickup game there. And then I would like to see a list of amenities that are currently proposed for the various parks here. And then when developers do these private amenities, they're only getting a 50% credit. So maybe it's not 195 million, but it would be half of that. So maybe, roughly $100 million for developing parks that are for the public. But to me, while they have yoga studios and such and pools in the developments, that does offload some of our amenities, but they're not going to have a tennis court and they're not going to have a basketball court where kids can gather and do pickup games and be kids. So that's what I'm really looking for. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy?
Thank you. Maybe my question was misunderstood, but I wasn't asking why only 2 or 3 acres. I was wondering where those were, and if you were asking for direction tonight, or if you were asking for, if you were showing us a specific idea to see if we were amenable to that. Or is this just purely information as to where we are? Thank you.
Can I just interject there, just because if there were specific pieces of property that we were interested in, we wouldn't point them out here. I just want that we talk generally speaking, because then that hurts us down the line. So is that correct, City Manager? I just want to make sure we're not talking specific pieces of property. Director Crabtree, do you have any answers to that?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So I think it was actually Councilmember Chahal asked why the 2 to 3. So I'm sorry I missed Councilmember Hardy's question about where they are earlier. But really, we would be looking at anything potentially within that central district. And as I mentioned, we've had different conversations with different brokers that suggest almost everything might be potentially available. We'll see. We'll just have to really just tonight. We're here to get the council's general, provide sort of a report out on where we are and get the council's general input on moving forward with that approach. So I think that we've been able to do that. So it's been helpful to staff to hear the input tonight on that. And there were comments again about what kinds of things council members would like to see within the new parkland. I think that the Parks Department administers that sort of park design planning process, and we will take that.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Director Teixeira. I have a question, or a comment, basically. The former study done in 2014, we required 30 acres of land. Out of that, 9 acres has been dedicated to the new soccer parks, basically. So needed was 21 acres more. But that was done in 2014. And I know, as per the answers today, we are planning a new study in 2023. Do we have an estimate how much parkland we need in addition to those 21 acres as of today? Because since 2014, things have changed, our population have increased. Do we have any idea how many more acres of parkland we need? That's my question, if you can answer that. Thank you.
Yeah, since we, thank you for the question. The basic process that we use is we're looking at, by policy, 2.6 to 3 acres of parkland per 1,000 new residents. So it's a ratio. So as we, address needs, let's say there were 30 acres of active youth sports, gymnasium, multi-use, sports, softball, baseball. I think it was 45,000 square feet of gym space, interior space. And we start looking at, where could those come on board? Is there opportunities out and around Reed and Grant Street, adjacent to existing community facilities? Is there opportunities at community, the Community Park North? And as Patrick Henry Drive comes along, we've had some discussion about the Central Spine Park there, a new art center, associated with the Summerhill property. So when it's in ratio, so as each new development comes in, or each specific area plan starts to be, developed out and the applications come in, that's how we can say, how much additional parkland based on the new residents that we actually need. So that's why it's really important for having a citywide master plan, because in many of these specific plan areas, the amount of developable space for parkland, by the specific plan is already somewhat limited. So we will have to think, where are there willing sellers? Where are there pieces of property that are available that we can use, and where there is a reasonable nexus with the development? It's reasonable for the people in these new developments, housing projects to get to, without necessarily having to hop in their car and drive across town. So do we have yes, it's 2.6 to 3 acres per 1,000 new resident. And when we're not providing that, then we know that the park standard starts to erode or go down. So.
Thank you. I'm going to go to the public now. We have one public member that is been waiting for a while. Igor?
Hi, thank you. My name is Igor. I live right off of Lake Mill, probably 10 minutes away from the specific plan here. And I'd like to say thank you for the presentation, and I like the plan. One comment that I'd like to make, or I guess a question, is would it be possible to change the Lake Mill extension that goes into the specific area right now? It takes up quite a bit of space, and honestly, as a resident, I don't see the need for it to go into the area. So potentially that could be converted to a paseo. And the road width is like 60 feet and got to be extended about 400 feet. That would give you about half an acre to work with. So potentially that could be used to give the related development more space so we could extend the Riverside Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers? I don't know if Director Crabtree, if you had any comment on that comment?
Sure. The Lick Mill extension goes right through the Tasmania specific plan area. And it's actually, though, part of the related approvals to implement that. We're coordinating between the two developments to do that. But, it does provide for traffic capacity that was identified as being needed as part of the ultimate build out of the office uses and so forth to the north as part of the related project. And that's and it would be tied to that, although we're also going to implement it as residential development comes in, because they also need that the project's front onto that. And it sort of provides a front door access for some of the development in the Tasmania's plan. So I think that's fairly locked in. It does include some nice bikeways and a nice sidewalk pedestrian area, a little bit expanded over what you might see on just a regular street. So that's where that is.
Thank you. We have another hand. Steve, go ahead, Steve.
Hi, it's Steve Edwards from Ensemble Investments. We own a number of the developments in the area and are building 2 parks associated with our developments, and we'll be owning the retail on the affordable project on the Paseo, and was really involved in designing the Paseo. I just wanted to say the strategy of buying parkland, an acre or 2, I think it's a great idea. It gives the Parks Department, who's been great, kind of their own ability to plan what they want and what those other parks might not have. And it also makes sense to kind of make it contiguous instead of taking parts of other properties. When you take parts of the other properties, if you take too much, some of those properties might not be developed because it makes more financial sense to keep them light industrial. So the idea of buying a parcel and having more control or 2, I think is a great idea.
Thank you. I don't see any other public speakers. I just wanted to say thank you very much to our planning director, our director of Parks and Recreation for this study session. That project, Tasman East, is important to us because it's going to provide such much needed housing and especially a lot of affordable housing in the area. What we've been successful with in the last several years is that we've had our residential developers not only provide us with park fees, but provide public build and maintain public parks for us in throughout the city. So we've had a lot of park openings in the last 3 or 4 years in Santa Clara. And we have some beautiful parks that are in some new developments, and the developers build them, dedicate them to the city, and pay to maintain them, which helps us really get the number of parks we need in the area. This area is located by the Creek Trail, by the future Central Park North, by Eula Stack. There's a lot of, and trails, there's a lot of open space in that area because the developments are going to be so dense. So I think next time we look at this, maybe we can see what the developments are providing in terms of open space, which the map was so small, I couldn't see like what the actual developments are providing. So if we do end up purchasing any property for parks, when we do have our public meetings about how we would plan those parks, then we'll know what's in the area. But thank you very much for the presentation this evening. Do you have any final comments, City Manager, on that?
No, Mayor, I wanted to thank the council for your comments. We accomplished what we were looking for, your ideas about amenities and purchasing rather than, dedications and so on and so forth. So,
Right.
thank you.
Very good. Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
All right, Councilmember Park and then Shahal, very short comments. We want to start our meeting.
Yeah, actually, I did listen to Mr. Edwards, and I really liked his comment. And I'm reading the presentation. I apologize. I came a little bit late. I had a family thing that I had to do. But I read this on slide 14 that it should not make development infeasible. And I feel like that should be the definition of bad design, meaning that if we cannot fit the design requirements to balance open space with the development, the design is flawed. Developments should allow for the creation of required open space. And I think that by having designs in advance, instead of trying to fit them in after the developments have been designed, I think that that is essential to good open space. I would much prefer some parks that are designed in advance of the development that can support specific sizes, like soccer fields and tennis courts and basketball courts, and have designs in advance for larger elements, such as BMX and skate parks, which often need 6 to 10 acres. And I could never see fitting in something like that into an existing development plan. These are not easy to fit in after the fact. In fact, when you try to fit things into a box or you put things in a can or a jar, the number one suggestion or the number one guidance is put the large things in first. And when the large things are exclusively buildings or housing, then, and not open space, then you get this problem of scraps that you then try to form into useful things, and you end up getting things like keychains and knickknacks instead of tables and chairs, which we really need. I like this idea of create designs that are desirable for programming in the park areas. Have an idea of what kind of programming you want to have and design the parks for that programming. And that are not piecemeal implementations over time. I think I heard the director talk about that. But these will be completions of phases of a cohesive open space or park plan, and then have those accepted or at least presented to potential developers who can say, well, this is what we can do and give us some options, but putting the open space thinking as far front as possible. I mean, I would like to avoid central spine open areas that, again, don't really support a lot of programming there, and that are essentially nothing but glorified walkways. Like I see the park, the open space that's behind a lot of the residents at 900 Kiley, and that's just, like nobody plays there. It's just a walkway that acts as additional easement to the housing in the back. And I think that if we're not going to make usable open space that people can walk in, can use for a purpose other than simply getting from point A to point B, I think that's missing the point of the open space or having open space for programming. I would like to suggest in some cases we come up with the programming first, come up with some designs of parks that we'd like to see, and then bring those up as soon as possible when we get people who are applying for developments. Thank you.
Quick, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and I agree with Councilmember Park about planning it out. And I'm very happy that Park and Rec and the planning department is taking proactive steps to provide parks to our future residents in this area. I'm really happy about it. And usability and planning matters a lot because these are high cost projects, and if we put them at the right time, right place, they will matter a lot to the community. And I do have a request to city manager. We used to get the PowerPoint slides during the day of the council meetings earlier. And it really helps us out when we are going through the slides. If we have to refer on our laptop, going back, looking at slide 5th or 4th. So can we start that practice again to get the slides before the council meetings? That would
I don't
really
see
help.
why not unless the department heads tell me otherwise.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to move now to our 7 o'clock regular city council meeting. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Assistant City Clerk.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those that may be joining our meeting this evening as registered lobbyists, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. For today's meeting, the council is back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person as the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your own home or office. Members of the public can join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number displayed on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations, and those are reserved for topics not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature on the Santa Clara Legistar page. So let's move on to the council agenda. All right. Reports of action taken in closed session. We had no action on our November 30th, 2022 meeting. City Attorney? Do we have any reports of action in closed session? Well, we don't from tonight's meeting either.
Because I was not there. I defer to you, Mayor, because I was not there.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So not from either meeting. No action. Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do we have any from anyone? Council, public, city staff? I don't see any. So we're going to move on to our special order of business. So, as a special order of business this evening, I noticed everyone coming in the same uniform, black and red, so I imagine you're all together. We are honored to have the 2022 Parade of Champions organizers join us this evening to accept a commendation from the City Council. The Parade of Champions organization has dedicated the last few years to bring back the parade established in 1945 by former Mayor Larry Marcelli and the Young Men's Institute, the YMI, Council to celebrate and honor our veterans. This year, the 2022 Parade of Champions returned to our historic downtown on October 1st with festivities which celebrate heritage, community, and honor our champions among our veterans, our nonprofits, arts, culture, sports, and civic groups. Thank you to all of you for organizing such an amazing event that brings residents, visitors, families, businesses, and the entire community together in Santa Clara. I now invite Anna Vargas Smith, President of the Parade of Champions, to the podium to say a few words. Welcome. Is it on? Yes, now
it
it
is.
is. Go ahead, Anna.
Happy holidays, everyone. We're all festive and wearing our red today. It's good to see everyone here in person. I guess we should put my little PowerPoint up there. I wanted to share all the pictures, well, just our favorites, a few of our favorites up there.
Okay.
Highlights.
Do we have that PowerPoint?
Maria said it would be here. Nope.
Do
One
we?
has PowerPoint?
Oh, it's up? Oh, we need to, we see it on, the people at home see it. We want to be able to see it too.
All right, there it goes.
There it is. Now we all see it.
Thank
Okay.
you. So, first slide. Happy holidays, and thank you all. Thank you very much for inviting us here tonight. This is quite an honor. And we want to thank you for supporting the longest, most unifying event in the history of Santa Clara since 1945. We had such a great time, and I heard the same from everyone who attended at the parade, that we're ready to do it again. We're as Crazy George, I think. Crazy parade people. Next slide. Who came out to celebrate our community heroes? Well, over 15,000 participated. There was about 1.5K watching via live stream and about 2.5K marching in the parade. We had to cap it at 95. It could have gone bigger. That's how enthusiastic people were in attending. We had people as far as Sacramento. Last year was LA, so it's growing. Here are some of the exciting highlights from the day. I think we had everything from 20-foot balloons to floats to, it was just a great time. Next slide. The turnout was very big. We were celebrating our diverse history, community heroes and milestones. Grand marshals were Crazy George and Kathleen McDonald, and a couple of the big milestones was the new high school in her name, and also the 150th anniversary of Santa Clara High School. I'm an alumni, so it was a proud day for all. And we had lots of social media love, press. Special thanks to David Knight and Maria Lee for pushing out the communication every single week. We had Mercury News coverage, Sal Pizarro, Carowin TV showed some video that night too of our parade, and local papers, SC Weekly to The Patch. So it was a great turnout. Next slide. Why do we love this parade? I think Mayor Gilmore said it pretty well, but it does have broad community appeal. There's really no other parade like us in the state of California. Every other parade is connected to some kind of holiday. We don't need a holiday. It's truly representative of the center of Silicon Valley. Brings a lot of visibility to our community and all the good things that we do. Our schools, you name it, youth, seniors, veterans, it's very important to us. And most importantly, I think Larry Marsali had this vision, was that we wanted to nurture the next generation of Santa Clarans with the values of civic pride, volunteerism, leadership, charity, social responsibility, all of these things that most of us who grew up here experienced as kids. Next slide. Even the community village was jam-packed. There was no empty space. A lot of positive feedbacks. Everyone's ready to sign up for next year. So that's another positive metric of the success of the parade. We did add food trucks and a dance on Monroe Street, and so the party continued till 5 p.m. It was a happy place for a lot of people that day. Next slide. And I think everyone can agree that it really does take a village. I mean, we're grateful to our sponsors, city, county, merchants, nonprofits, community, all the volunteers. It really is a huge endeavor. And I have total respect to Larry Marsali for running it for 50 years. My God, it's no easy task. Next slide. And special thanks to the backbone of our nonprofit organization, Karen Artizzoni, logistics guru, Never Stop, Patty Allman, terrific fundraiser, our board members, Andy, Jody, Jeremy Van Wert, Ray Pulver, logistics guru, 2005 people he had to juggle. Taylor Amarante, good call on that. The voice of earthquakes, but also now the voice of Santa Clara Parade of Champions. And our green team, Mike Waukee, Dan Mayberg from operations, Margaret Harasco, Nancy Biagini, Fernanda Eaton, Margaret Bergman, Dan Venata, they all juggled all those volunteers and their responsibilities that day and deserved these awards. So I'm so proud of all of them. Next slide. we're ready here for questions and answers if anyone has anything. And otherwise, we are ready for next year's 54th Santa Clara Parade of Champions if you are. So questions?
Congratulations. It was really a wonderful parade. It was so much fun. It was a lot of fun. And we appreciate all the sweat, blood, and tears you all put into it to make it work, sleepless nights, all the hard work on behalf of the community. And the best part of it is everyone is involved. Everyone who wants to be involved is involved. It's very inclusive to our entire community, and young and old. We just all loved it. So thank you so much. I'm going to come down there and have you call, and we'll present the certificates to those that are here. And then I'm going to have the council and the parade committee join us up here for a picture. Okay? So let's do that first. The council can come down to get ready for the pictures. All right, until next year. 2023 Parade of Champions. Here we go. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Thank you all. Good night. All right, for our next special order of business, we have a verbal report from the Chief Emergency Services Officer, Lisa Schoenthal, regarding COVID-19 pandemic /flu/RSV and everything else that's out there. All right, Lisa, welcome.
Mayor Gilmore, and good evening, Council. I don't know how I can possibly follow the Parade of Champions, but I feel really happy right now.
I know.
Okay, so this status update on the state of the COVID-19 emergency is provided for Council review per Government Code Section 8630. Since last Thursday, December 1st, the CDC reports the level of community transmission of COVID-19 in Santa Clara County is in the medium category among the categories of low, medium, and high. That is only updated every Thursday. We had enjoyed being in the low category for September, October, and November. COVID hospitalizations have been gradually increasing to almost doubling over the last month, from 98 COVID hospitalizations on November 1st to 207 on December 1st. ICU patients with COVID doubled from 12 on November 1st to 24 on December 1st. Today, Santa Clara County Health Officer Dr. Sarah Cody provided a sobering report to the Board of Supervisors when she explained why she considers the risk for COVID transmission in our county to actually be high. Wastewater surveillance has been an accurate indicator of rising and falling COVID transmission levels. Levels of COVID are high in all 4 sewer sheds in the county and are going up very steeply. Levels of the virus are steeper than during the highest peak of the Omicron surge. Regarding hospitalizations, Dr. Cody stated again that there is a difference between those hospitalized with COVID and not for COVID, and those ratios are about the same as they have been. So I will add, in October, she stated roughly 75% of COVID hospitalizations were patients who tested positive when admitted for something else. Dr. Cody stated there is about as much flu as COVID right now in the hospitals, and there is a very early and brisk start to flu season, which is impacting the hospitals, many of which are close to full capacity because of these factors and other respiratory viruses, including RSV, which is respiratory syncytial virus, as you had stated, Mayor. A bit of good news about RSV is that wastewater trends are beginning to plateau, but this has not eased our pediatric hospitals yet. Dr. Cody stated only 25% of those eligible for the bivalent COVID booster have received it, and she urged the community to get the booster as well as the flu vaccine as soon as possible if people have not done that already. She also strongly recommends wearing a mask indoors in public settings. I did wear a mask inside chambers initially. I didn't know how crowded we might be. Historically, the first signal for increased transmission has been wastewater, followed by case counts, and then hospitalizations. COVID cases have slightly increased in our own organization with an average of 25 cases a month. Moving on to COVID testing, I want to revise one data point regarding COVID testing I provided during the October 18th COVID update. I reported that over 25,000 COVID tests had been administered at our Central Park Library. After further analysis of the county's numbers along with the city's numbers, the conclusion is that a total of 19,266 tests were administered at the Central Park Library from August of 2020 through October of this year, so under 20,000. Appointments for all testing opportunities may still be made at sccfreetest.org, the same website we have been promoting all along, where information on the availability of free at-home antigen tests is still also available. COVID-19 vaccination appointments for the initial series and the bivalent boosters remain available through the county's website at sccfreevax.org, the same website we have been promoting, VAX, sccfreevax.org. This concludes the COVID update, and we will be back in 60 days with the next update. I remain available to address any questions, Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have any questions? Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Lisa. What is the criteria for getting the virulent booster shot now?
The criteria would be for those who completed the last vaccination at least 2 months ago.
Okay.
Those who were infected with COVID at least 3 months ago. And Pfizer and Moderna, one is eligible for those who are 6 and older. The other is eligible for those who are 5 and older. I don't recall which is which at the moment. I don't want to give you wrong information.
And is there an age? I mean, you mentioned 5 and 6 for the different ones. Is there an age group that you have to be in now to get the virulent booster? It's just anybody can get it, basically. Okay.
Yes, the county recommends everyone who has health insurance to contact their provider. And if they do not, and that information is available on SCC Freevax, the website I stated. That information is available to how to reach out to health providers. And for those who don't have health insurance, there's information there too on that website to go to a county location.
Great. Thank you so much.
And I got the booster and the flu shot at the same time as well. So that's also possible to get both at the same time, so you save time. Vice Mayor Jane?
Yeah, thank you. I think you said that the ICU rates for COVID went from 12 to 24, doubled. Do you happen to know what percentage of Santa Clara's county population is vaccinated at all for COVID versus with the bivalent Omicron booster?
I would love to know that. I do not. I know the Board of Supervisors today asked Dr. Cody to obtain more specific data on various data points, potential data points. I don't recall if that was among them.
Okay.
But we are hoping to get more specific data.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I don't see any other comments or requests from the public as well. Thank you very much, Lisa. We appreciate it. All right, our next special order of business is verbal update from the city manager regarding the local drought emergency.
Mayor Shilpa Mehta, Assistant Director, Water and Sewer, will make that presentation.
Thank you, as we had some glorious rain in the last week.
Right, yes.
Even today.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. This status update on the state of the severe drought emergency is provided for council review per Government Code Section 8630. The December 1st U.S. Drought Monitor report shows all of the county remains in severe drought, though the state saw a decrease from 88% to 85% in severe drought since last month. The city's water conservation shows a cumulative water savings from July 2021 through October 2022 of 21.3% compared to year 2013. The baseline for prior drought was year 2013. Month of October for this year showed 25.5% water savings compared to October 2013, and 12% water savings compared to October 2019, and 8.3% water savings compared to October 2020. Resolution 22-9077 limits outdoor watering to 2 days per week in Santa Clara. Valley Water's county-wide ordinance also limit outdoor watering to 2 days per week. As a reminder, do not water lawns during or within 48 hours of measurable precipitation. We anticipate proposing early next year a resolution for council action to change the water shortage contingency plan stage 2 to include the prohibition for outdoor watering of non-functional turf, at commercial, industrial, and institutional properties following state's emergency water conservation and regulation and Valley Waters Ordinance 22-02. Staff continues to coordinate drought awareness efforts and attend regular meetings at a regional level with Valley Water, the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, and San Francisco Public Utility Commission. Next slide, please. This slide shows Inside Santa Clara Fall 2022 article on water conservation. The city continues public outreach regarding water conservation and sustainable actions through city's website updates, Gov delivery, e-news, and social media messaging, monthly bill inserts, classes, events, home water report messaging, banners displayed in parks, billboard, lawn signs, and distribution of water-saving devices. Due to lessened landscape water demand during the cooler season, staff is promoting the water waste reporting to the public through newsletter and social media. Next slide, please. We encourage this slide shows the landscape conversion rebate outreach that we are doing it through bill insert. We encourage our residents and businesses to visit our water conservation webpage at www.santaclaraca.gov, save our water for rebates and effective strategies for indoor and outdoor water conservation measures. This concludes my update, Mayor. I remain available for any questions.
Yes, we do. Councilmember Hardy, you have a question?
Mostly a comment, but thank you so much. And I love that you have the new, not just brown is the new green, but conserving color. And I think we want to make that point. My concern is that people think just because it did rain, which we're very grateful for, that the drought is over, which it is not. And that rain or shine, there's never enough to waste. And I will tell you, I was thrilled when I walked precincts to have so many residents telling me the different ways they were conserving. And I appreciate that, and we need to continue. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Any comments from the public? I don't see any. Thank you so much, Shelpa. We appreciate it, the report. All right, moving on. Next, we have our consent calendar. It's a very long consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless anything's pulled for discussion. If not, may I please have a motion on the consent calendar? Motion. Councilmember Hardy? Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Becker.
I'll second that, but two of us have a conflict.
Okay, please, for the record.
Yes, for
state
the
your
record.
conflict.
4M, I need to recuse myself. That
Did
is
you say
at
M as in Mary?
Mary, yes.
Okay.
That is at 3035 El Camino because it is within 500 feet of my personal property.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal, you have a conflict?
Yes, I do. And two items are 4R, R as Raj, and 4W, W as Winchester.
Can you describe what they are and why, what your conflict is?
Within the range of my properties.
Within the range of properties, do you have that city clerk's 4R and 4W?
W.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. Was there a second on, we had a second on that motion. Is there any member of the public that would like to pull an item? Okay, seeing none, city clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Board Member Becker.
Yes.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. Everyone can go home now, right? City manager? All right. Okay. Next, we have public presentations. Any member of the public, if you'd like to, please come forward or raise your hand on the Zoom application. Welcome.
Hello, thank you. Nice seeing you all again. For the Parade of Champions, I was part of that. It was great to be invited there. I was glad I had two of you come and spend your money at my place. Thank you very much. But I'd like to thank the city manager, because last time you directed him to give me a help, and it got me to a meeting with two captains, Captain Martin and Captain Rush. And I've been working with Sergeant Silva, and we had a very productive meeting. I thank them for trying to get to the bottom of this and fixing what's going on out there. When I had the meeting with the two captains, I showed them pictures of the open air alcohol sales, open air beer sales, and where their vendors were setting up is very dangerous because they're taking up sidewalk area. But the biggest problem is it needs to be handled through the city attorney, because the previous city attorney told them hands off of the illegal vendors due to SB 946. Now, time has gone by and people have realized that cities that do have a regulations in place, ordinances against doing this kind of business in place is rightfully okay. And if I can give the attorney the copy that I download from the state of California of the law that says it's okay, and then who it was targeted was after LA County. LA County has even come out with the little general information of to-dos and not to-dos, and basically what's going on out there is a not to-do. You do have to have a permit. You do have to pay your taxes on the sales, and the law says they do, but previous attorney tied the hands of the police so they could not enforce our rules. If I can give this to...
You can give it to our city clerk.
City clerk.
Thank you. Thank you.
But I'd really appreciate if the city attorney could get hold of the police and let them know, yes, enforce our city laws, and that would take a lot away. But I do have pictures of people selling beer, selling hard shots, so bad stuff is going out. When I went up there last time, they were hollering out White Claws and beer, and one guy was selling blunts. So now we have even open air drug sales. I don't know how bad you want it to get. It's getting pretty bad. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank the
Howard.
police for all the help they've done, though.
Thank you.
Really helping me. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, please come forward. Good evening.
Good evening. City Manager, Mayor Gilmore, and our City Council. I have 2 points tonight. First, we were shocked at the omission of the 7 years of all volunteer citizen-led work and contributions of reclaiming our downtown and Clara in the downtown history portion of the precise plan. This omission is unconscionable and needs to be corrected immediately. The reason these groups need to be included is not because of egos or individual recognition. Rather, the precise plan is a historical document. And it is imperative that future generations of citizens know that a citizen-led effort made the impossible possible. This knowledge could help correct future misuse of power that in '63 led this city into this mess. These words must be passed on to those who live in the next century. I requested that this be corrected during the May DCTF meeting. No action has been taken. Donna West and I have provided each of you with what we would like incorporated into page 10 of the precise plan. I am hoping that the council can make it happen. Second item that I'd like to discuss is our 2019 survey results have shown that over 4 out of 5 Santa Clarans view the return of the historic downtown more important than the construction of Related or the El Camino project. Now, we wish Related well. I have nothing against Related. But there appears to be a lingering lack of staff focused on the downtown project. Leslie Xavier is doing a good job, but what proactively is this city and staff doing to help the citizens bring the downtown back? We have come a long way in the process, and I thank all of you for all your help to make in moving this process forward. However, I am requesting that city staff finally focus on what its citizens want. And what we want is our downtown built on 150 years of Santa Clara history, not on a cement platform over 100 years of trash. Staff is thin, but Measure H has passed, and we should be able to hire top quality planners to take the next steps to creating the Bay Area's greatest downtown. Thank you for listening and your time.
Thank you very much. Kurt, go ahead, Kurt.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Council. Appreciate the time tonight. And I just wanted to say I attended the recent Ethics and Governance Committee meeting yesterday. There's another person made comment as well. And it was it moved right along. It was almost a 2-hour meeting. And I found I had some concerns over what was actually how things were actually presented and taken into account. And I just want to say, as a side note, as a viewer here, I can't tell how much time I have on screen. So I just wanted to let you know I can't see that. I don't think I'll use the 3 minutes, but I just wanted to point out I can't see what my time limit is on Zoom.
Okay.
So now I can. Thank you. I'm not sure what you did. No, I guess when I talk, my name comes up on the screen. Well, anyway, when I'm not talking, I see it. Okay, so part of the things that were talked about when ethics discussions came up to this council before the election was that nothing was going to be, especially when the report came out and a suggestion to have an independent ethics council or independent ethics body or outside party come in, was we're not going to take anything off the table. It'll be for another discussion, and it would come up at the Ethics and Governance Committee. Well, it didn't come up at the Ethics and Governance Committee at all. In fact, I had to wait till public comment until there was a lot of back and forth about many things that were not on the agenda were brought up during the Ethics and Governance Committee. And I brought up specifically having evaluating an ethics department or council or committee, or even, I didn't say Markula, but that's one that's right in your backyard. Have something like that, be part of that, and how some of the things that were talked about could be reviewed here. Council responsiveness, being able to respond to people making comments via email, as well as council members should be on camera, and having that as something to be discussed as a governance topic, as how this city runs itself, or how the governing body runs the city. So while it was noticed that I think it was heard, no one argued with anything, but it seemed like as a minute that was discussed, it was just kind of moved on. There was no discussion about any of those things, and it wasn't the first. I didn't bring those up the first time. I just brought them up at this meeting because they did not get brought up on their own. So I have this gets to the point of this council can't govern or can't have an ethics body that governs itself when the people that are questionably ethically challenged here are running it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak? Councilmember Becker, you have your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I had two follow-up questions. One for the gentleman out here, which they call the hot dog guy. What number was that? Was it AB what? 23 something?
SB 946.
SB 946. Okay, cool. And then the other question was for staff, if they could work with, because I see the letter here, and I'm sure that you got a letter from Mary Grizzle. If you guys could work that out with her, I'd appreciate that.
All right, I see another member of the public, Wanda. Are you on? Wanda?
Yes, I'm
Oh,
here.
there you go. Go ahead, Wanda.
I wasn't really planning on speaking until Kirk spoke. I did go to the ethics meeting, and while I appreciate everyone caring about our city and even showing up for an ethics meeting, I was disappointed. I thought I had gone to the wrong meeting. That it seems like it's ethics of governance of the commissions and committees and minutes and what everyone else should be doing. And I'm concerned about the divisiveness in our city, whether it's how people vote or how people treat each other. And it's happening at all levels of our government. And I'm going to send an email individually to the council encapsulating some ideas that I have that might bring us back together so that we won't be so divided. Thank you.
Thank you, Wanda. All right, I want to move on, but Councilmember Park, you have something, you have a comment?
I do, but I think what I'll do is I will follow up with the city attorney after the meeting on
Okay,
this. Thank
that's
you.
good. All right. All right, we're going to move now. We have no consent item pulled for discussion, so public hearing, general business. The first is action on fiscal year 2021-22 budget year-end report and approve the related budget amendments. Hello, Director Lee. You're on early tonight. Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. The tech team could bring up the slideshow for item number 6. And while they do that, appreciate the opportunity to present the closeout of fiscal year 21-22. Earlier this evening on the consent calendar, you approved the financial statements that went to audit committee. This is the budgetary report to discuss the closeout of fiscal year 21-22. And in the report before you, about over 100 pages of, I know, technical documents, but hopefully my presentation will help summarize a lot of the information in that report for you. And I'll just wait a minute while we bring that up.
Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
while they're pulling it up, I just, just wanted to capture that it's good news in the sense that, the 3 big parameters for revenues, property tax, TOT, sales tax, they're all showing upward trends. And of course, Ken will go through the details. But I just wanted to also point out that this is not like fixing everything at this point. While there is good trend, however, when you see the presentation, we still have to be very diligent in our restricted expenditures and so on and so forth. But definitely we should celebrate this. We have, business license tax for this year also passed. So things are looking up and up, but we're not out of the woods yet. Just wanted to caution everyone.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Great, thank you. I understand.
Oh, we're still waiting.
Slide deck's coming.
Oh, here we go. Very good. Thank you.
Okay, right there. So slide 2, the agenda. So in this presentation, I have a short overview of the performance from fiscal year 21-22. Talk about the year-end results in a little bit more detail. Talk about next steps as we plan ahead for the next budget, and then recommended actions. So slide number 3. By way of overview, the general fund performance in 21-22 was in the context of COVID-19, significantly impacted from COVID-19. General fund revenues totaled a little bit more than $242 million, expenses of $262. I will talk about what some of those details are and how they performed in the next few slides. General fund ended the year with additional fund balance, so we have recommendations before you with regards to how those dollars are allocated. A good portion of those dollars are technical adjustments that I'll talk through, and then a portion of that fund balance are recommendations to you with regards to allocations. TOT, or hotel tax, continued to be the most impacted from COVID-19, did slightly better than our budget, reduced budget estimate, which is good news, but still significantly down as a result of COVID-19. And then we do have other funds to report, generally within estimated levels, and I'll talk about some of those. And then the last bullet, I wanted to take some time. I know fiscal year 21-22 ended with some uncertainty with regards to inflation. We've seen higher interest rates. We've started to see some of the spending and layoffs in the headlines. So as we go into budget planning, there is still risk on the downside, and I'll talk more about that individually. But we are entering a larger period of economic uncertainty with regards to our budget planning. Slide number 4. With regards to the report, I mentioned it's over 100 pages, a lot of technical details in there. Provides a detailed summary of the general fund and all our other funds in the document. I will say there's a lot of technical adjustments because as we develop the budget, that's a point in time. And so when we end the year on June 30th, we have to bring back before you many technical adjustments to continue projects, to reconcile funds, and to carry over grants. Slide number 5, you can see here that in the general fund, more specifically, revenues of $242.2 million was 2.2% above the budget, or roughly $5 million, very much in line. We did have some revenues that performed better and some that did not perform as well, and I'll talk about that in the report. Expenditures were about 5% below budget, or $14.2 million. That savings was entirely planned as a result of cost control measures that the city put in place during COVID, and I'll talk about that. Some of the adjustments with regards to our restricted fees in the planning area, technology fee areas, we're recommending to allocate to reserves. $19.8 million, when you look at the estimates used for the 22-23 budget, is what's considered additional fund balance. A portion of that are technical adjustments, $9 million, and then $11 million recommended to address higher priority needs. The last bullet on slide 5, I will mention that in past years we've allocated significant funds to pension trusts and budget stabilization reserves. We only have modest funds available at the end of the year, so no surplus funds are recommended for at least the pension trust in this specific case. Slide number 6. As we look at specific revenues, it looks like this is page 6. If we could go back to slide 6, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. I'll keep going back. I think on the bottom right of, I know it's small print on the slides, right there. Yes. So revenues in the general fund, I mentioned 2.2% variance here. We did have strong performance related to property tax, Silicon Valley Power, as a result of higher than expected power purchases. Our TOT performed better than budget, but still at reduced levels compared to COVID. Some of our licenses and permits, especially as it relates to some of the development fee categories, also outperformed. As I mentioned earlier, a portion of those restricted fees are recommended to reserves. And then the last bullet here on slide 6 is relates to areas of revenues that are on watch and performed lower than expected. Sales tax has come in below as we've seen the impacts of inflation, high interest rates, reduced spending. That's a trend that will continue over at least the next year or two, and we'll have to adjust and take a look at that in our forecasts. Fines and penalties, interest. I'll note that the interest rate is higher. We've had good performance strictly from an interest perspective, but it also considers the loss in our pension trust fund, which is consistent with CalPERS performance for the last year. So as we look at those investments on a pension basis, those are invested in different assets and that had a loss for the last year. Slide 7, so on the next page, thank you, at the top. I do want to kind of point out the trends for the general fund top revenues here. This shows on a dollar basis the top 4 performers for revenue, property tax, continued strong performance in 21-22. As we look ahead at the outlook arrows in different colors there, working with our property tax consultant with declines in property tax, high interest rates, we're expecting at least the growth in this category to slow down over the next few years. Sales tax, as I mentioned earlier, that there's a negative outlook with regards to sales tax. Our consultant in the last couple months have actually advised to reduce our estimate by an additional $5 million. I'm not ready right now to commit to that, but as we modify our forecast, we'll have to incorporate at least some of the softness in that revenue category. Some of the highlights, as I mentioned earlier, Silicon Valley Power, and as the residents voted with regards to Measure H, just reaffirming this existing transfer, very important for our general fund and the services it provides. And then TOT totaling their $10.8 million, still slightly less than half of what we received pre-COVID. But strong performance compared to the significant decline in 2021. Slide number 8 here on the expense side mentioned about a 5% variance entirely planned through strong cost controls with regards to our hiring freeze process. So $10.3 million of that was related to salaries and benefits. I do want to mention we do continue to hire and improve positions on a selective basis with priorities towards special funds, fee-related work, and then, of course, high-priority services in the general fund. And then on the non-personnel side, savings of almost $4 million. Again, a slower approach when it comes to some of our contracts, travel, training. A lot of that work effort on cost controls were very important with regards to the expenses that contributed to these savings. Next page, at the top, slide 9, I want to highlight some of the other funds. This first section here, Convention Center Fund, we had a strong performance in Q4 last year, and so it actually ended the year on the revenue side above budget slightly, and on the expense side, some significant savings here. So fund balance was about 2.6, higher than what we expected, so a good performance there on our convention center. Electric utility fund, we had higher revenues to the tune of $18 million, higher expenses as a result of higher costs to produce electricity, natural gas specifically, and Director Pineda, I'm sure, will provide more detail in a presentation later tonight. But there were reserves that were available to offset that, and we'll look to continue to work with the department with regards to future purchases.
Ken, sorry to interrupt, but you just said 2.6, which was correct. I just want to clarify 2.6 million for the residents.
Yes.
Convention Center.
For the thank you, City Manager. Going too fast, I'm missing words.
Paying attention, so that's good.
Yeah, that's good. In the slide 10, so in the sewer fund, I will summarize that a lot of variances or large variances here directly related to the water pollution control plant that we partner with San Jose with. So we do receive a credit in the third quarter of each year, so that's $14.2 million last year. On the capital side, we're required to transfer those dollars over, so we did have a negative variance there as we look at the timing of issuing debt with regards to capital improvements at that treatment plant. Slide 11, if we go to the next page. As far as the recommended adjustments before you, there are several attachments. So attachment 1, the budget adjustments for last fiscal year. So these are retroactive adjustments for those areas that exceeded the budget, and across 12 funds, mostly technical in nature with regards to those allocations, and then the electric utility fund that I mentioned. And then in the second attachment, there is a significant number of 22-23 budget adjustments. So this adjusts for every fund in the city, the fund balance that based on year-end performance, including closeout of projects, carryover of capital projects to continue the work into this fiscal year, and then with regards to some of our grants. And so a lot of the technical adjustments in the document are to continue some of those funds into this year. Slide 12 here in the general fund, some of the technical adjustments around our fund balance, our reserve reconciliations, recommendations for technical adjustments, and then the allocation of $11 million in fund balance. I've mentioned some of the other technical adjustments around capital projects, grants, donations, and other funds. Slide 13, we wanted to get into some more specific detail with regards to the general fund balance and recommended uses. And so with regards to the fund balance, I mentioned, we ended the year with a gross $19.8 million variance, 8.7 are technical in nature to close out the year, and then 11 million with regards to how we allocate surplus funds here. Slide 14, so the allocation again of that $8.7 million. Point 4, the first item there is just a difference in the budget stabilization reserve because actions have continued to in that reserve between the time we published the budget and June 30th, so roughly 400,000. 4.2 million to replenish the land sale reserve. These were for MOU agreements that came to the council that we had used the land sale reserve to fund, and so this replenishes the land sale reserve for those agreements. Development paid revenues that were allocated to the general fund as we establish a separate accounting for those fees. This is $2 million to allocate to new funds that will be coming back to you as part of the new budget. Slide 15. So yes, thank you. Continuing the theme of technical adjustments, we were advised with regards to our property tax collections. There is an excess portion related to our educational fund that is distributed out from the county based on state requirements and formulas, and part of that is at risk. So they've asked cities to separate and keep that out as that legal challenge continues. So that's $1.7 million that we've set aside. And then the last two small items here based on timing of either work or invoices that were not able to be paid, carrying those funds over so we could continue those activities. So that's $8.7 million of technical transactions. On slide 16, so the bottom of this page up on your screen, we get into our recommendations with regards to the $11 million. Restoring our capital project reserve, as you may recall, as part of the CIP process, we've spent that down to zero. So this gets us back to the council policy level of $5 million, so 4.8 from the surplus allocation, 200,000 from the closeout of some projects that are completed. The second item here, $1.7 million related to our estimate on cost for the Union Pacific Railroad project. I believe there was a council item on the consent calendar earlier, so this is the general fund portion of what's anticipated that we would be required to pay. We have no option, and so working with the Public Works Department to set that aside for a future need soon to be expected. The third item here, working with both our fleet manager and fire chief on a fire truck purchase, both as a result of increased costs to purchase a fire truck, and also the lead time, a 3-year lead time, to ensure that we have the sufficient equipment available in 2025, needing these funds now to set those aside, enter the purchase order to make sure that at least one of the planned fire truck replacements would be in place by that time. Slide 17. So the next slide, thank you. The last few items here, so consistent with the last year-end report process, we've set aside a modest amount here for City Council priorities as we look ahead to priority setting early next year and potential requests that might come out of that. This sets aside $250,000 for City Council priorities. $2 million as we face recommendations for next July's budget. In the spring, our recommendation here is to set aside a modest $2 million out of tackling a $27 million problem. So we'll have to, this is a small down payment to help us with that planning process. And then $300,000 here, recognizing as our budget changes, the budget stabilization requirements will change as well. And so those are some of the detailed budget adjustments on the next slide, or the bottom slide of what's in front of you. Slide 18. I know that general fund reserves are definitely an important topic as we enter into addressing the deficit. So I just wanted to show with the report before you where those reserve balances are coming and going to. So with regards to the budget stabilization reserve, $40.8 million, 15% is our council policy, slightly less than 2 months worth. That is a best practice to set aside, not touch for a rainy day. Capital project reserve, as I mentioned earlier, going from zero, putting the $5 million for the council policy and 1.7 for the Union Pacific project. Land sale reserve, restoring dollars that were taken out for various MOUs. So bringing that back up to $12.9 million. And then also there's a portion of the loan for the Reed and Grant Sports Park. So we're repaying that loan slowly as those fees come in. Development fee reserves, I mentioned $2 million as we create new funds to account for those dollars. These are developer paid fees. And then $2 million for a 23-24 budget balancing reserve, a modest amount for what lies ahead before us. So the next page, slide 19, almost there. As far as next steps, as I mentioned, we are in the process of updating our 10-year general fund forecast. We'll have that in February as part of the priority setting session. Our goal here really, at least for part of that setting session, at least the recommendation as we look to balance our deficit, to bring forward at least some general framework of some of the proposals that we're working with departments on to get some feedback. And then with the goal of another budget, 2-year budget, to be released on May 1st for council action before the July 1st budget year. On the bottom slide here, slide 20, just a reminder for those at home, I've been very public with our $27 million deficit that we face. We have been strategic in terms of how we get there. We are looking at a 3-pronged approach here. New revenue, $7 million. So Measure G recently on the ballot is a good step towards obtaining new revenues to help close that gap. And we'll be before you with other revenue recommendations. On the right side, at least the orange bubble here, $8 million of ongoing growth that we will grow into to help solve that budget. We need roughly $20 to $30 million of one-time reserves in order to grow out of this problem over the next 4 to 5 years. And so that's one of the 3-pronged approach. And then the last, the bottom bubble there, position and service deferments or potential reductions. We're working with departments on that, and as we refine our forecast, that'll help inform what that looks like as we bring back potential reductions as part of the next budget process. So that work continues. We are not out of the woods yet with regards to COVID-19. However, this is a mixed good news report that it's aligned with what we've planned and some reserve, some one-time dollars to set aside and replenish some of our reserves as we look forward to the year ahead. And so in the next slide, the recommendations but in front of you, a note and file of the 21-22 budget year-end reports, approval of both the 21-22 and 22-23 budget amendments. Most of those are the technical adjustments requiring 5 votes before you. and I'm available with any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. It's nice to hear a little bit of good news, and hopefully we're coming out of this and get back on our feet again. So thank you for the report, and I assume these recommendations are strong recommendations. All right.
Yes.
Very good. All right, council questions. Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes, if you could go back to slides 17 and 18, and I wish you would put these on single page instead of 2 to 1 page. They're very difficult for the public to read. But the one before this, I believe. Yeah, this one. Okay. I'm a little confused.
Vice Mayor, sorry, I just wanted to apologize. Yeah, you're right. It's hard to see it on the screen, but they got saved, as I understand, as a PDF as opposed to another way. That way, it would have been one slide per page. So it's just a technical thing. Yeah, you couldn't see it properly.
Okay. I'm a little confused about the 2 slides here. The one at the top says budget stabilization reserve of 300,000, and the one below that says budget stabilization reserve adjustment of 400,000. And so I was just a little confused. And then I wanted to know, with the addition that we're adding to the land sale reserve, is that restored to its previous value before we ended up stealing from it for MOU type adjustments? And then I know you put in 300,000 for council priorities. I know there were a number of items that we had to defer because there wasn't any money, but we're putting in 400,000 in the 300,000 or 400,000 in the budget stabilization reserve. Does that bring us above 15%? I know council had said that we wanted to be at 15%. And then finally, I believe last year we had $26 million of ARPA money that helped with police and fire budgets. We don't have that this year, so I'm curious as to what we're doing when we don't have that money.
All right, Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you directly. I appreciate that. First of all, I want to commend you and your team for just showing a positive variance of just 2.2%. That means a lot, like your forecast and how you came up with those numbers ahead of our time and during this all uncertain times. So that's a commendable job. Thank you for that. So my question is, there is quite a bit of savings from not hiring the people what were budgeted for. I think it goes to 14 or 11 million, if I'm not, I didn't copy that. So how are we accounting that savings? Like why our budget deficit is not reduced by that amount from $19 million? That's my first question. My next question is, there is that lawsuit regarding ERAF, $1.7 million is being set aside for 21-22. Is that the cumulative amount? Because is that lawsuit just started, or it has been going on for the last few years? And are we always setting aside that amount, some amount every year, or this is the first time we are setting that amount? That's the other question. And my next question is, one of your last screens on the right-hand side, that orange bubble, the solutions you're providing to balance the $27 million deficit. You mentioned one-time funds and future economic growth of $8 million. Can we get some idea about that? What are those $8 million we are anticipating from? And I think the other bubble was $7 million. I hope that is, you mentioned Measure G, and I think it also includes Measure H also in that. Is that correct? Yeah. So these are my questions. Thank you again.
Does any other council members have any questions? Vice Mayor Jane, you've already gone. Do you have more questions?
I do. Yes. I know that we put this money into the land sale reserve, and now I think we're putting it up to 12 million. Could that money be used for the Tasman East parkland acquisition in addition to the 18 million that we have?
The answer is yes, but go ahead and ask it. All right. Is there any other council members that have any questions? All right. Director Lee, if you'd like to answer the questions you have.
Thank you for the questions. I appreciate the questions. I'll start with Vice Mayor Jane. So thank you for pointing out the difference between the budget stabilization reserve numbers on the two slides. When I look at the attachment, the number is actually 302,000, so it's really closer to the 0.3. I'll have to find out from staff why that was off. It's possible that with the closeout of some of the capital projects, when those dollars are returned back to their original source, that I think that's why they put that in there. So, but as far as the excess that's going in, that was part of the $11 million surplus, that's the 0.3. As regards to the budget stabilization reserve, so when the council adopted the budget last year, it was at 15%. Now, that is always a point in time, and so we will adjust that every May budget. But as the council has actions any given Tuesday that tweaks the budget, that number will tweak. With regards to ARPA funds, those were accounted for separately in a different fund. So we moved the revenues and the expenses with regards to the $26 million into a separate account. That was entirely helpful with regards to our COVID-induced deficit. Yes, those are one-time dollars, and so with the 22-23 budget that the council approved starting July 1st, we used budget stabilization reserve. We used land sale reserve to help offset the deficit. Again, a significant amount of one-time dollars that we had set aside. And as we look ahead into the next budget cycle, and as you've seen on one of my slides, those one-time dollars are dwindling. We have to address the structural issue with regards to our budget. Your question on the land sale reserve. So we did restore everything that we said we would in terms of the MOUs and the agreements that came before you. There were also a handful of capital projects that were previously funded from the land sale reserve that are just done and closed out, and so this report allocates back some of those dollars as well, and so that's why a little bit of difference there. And then your question with regards to potential park purchases for Tasman East. The general answer is the land sale reserve is set aside by policy by the council with any council approval or vote. Those dollars could be used for any purpose. I do want to note that with regards to future park purchases, we do have impact fees, Mitigation Fee Act dollars that are significant that as your finance director, I would recommend be the first source. And then we also have the deficit ahead. So with regards to some of the one-time dollars, those will be important considerations for the council to consider with regards to how those dollars could be used. And then with regards to Councilmember Chahal, your questions on the budget, yes, I do want to just acknowledge budget staff led by our budget manager, Margaret McCann. She takes the revenue side very seriously. So to be within around 2%, we take pride in that, and the work ahead as we do our forecast. We kind of have an internal kind of game going how close we can get it, but we do take pride in that. So appreciate your comments with regards to the variance. On the expense side, internally, we have a hiring exemption committee that meets twice a week. It is entirely important as an organization for us to have cost controls in place until our structural deficit and our COVID-induced impacts are resolved. And so that was a cost control package or measures that were implemented 1 month after COVID was induced. So with regards to the vacancy savings, I think it was slightly over $10 million. That was planned methodically in order to generate one-time savings. Now, with regards to the deficit as we look ahead, if the council chose to eliminate a significant number of vacant positions, yes, we could close that gap. The reason that we don't take that approach is because a lot of those vacancies occur in departments and perform services that from a priority standpoint might not align with the highest priorities. And so we go through an effort with working with the city manager's office and departments to submit proposals and ideas. What's the most, the least impactful, the least harmful out of very difficult decisions, at least internally to balance the budget. We will deliberate that internally with the city manager's office and then bring forward to you in February and May to hopefully bridge that gap. And so sometimes the vacancies and where they're aligned might not match the priorities of the council. So that's why we don't just take out and cut out the vacancies as they occur. With regards to the slide on the $27 million that I showed, we've, as I've presented, I think at least for the last couple of years, our approach to the deficit, we know that we can't solve that deficit entirely by new revenues. We can't solve that deficit entirely by cutting costs, even though at least mathematically we could. We know that from a practical resident perspective, from a priority standpoint, it will take a balanced approach. And so I've highlighted at least $7 million in new revenues with Measure G. That creates potentially, at least in our estimates, $5 million. There's another 2 in that bucket that we need to kind of look forward to, and we have some options that we're looking at. Measure H, entirely helpful and critical to our general fund, preserves existing transfers to the general fund. So that's why that's not part of at least that bubble or that equation. So those are existing transfers that potentially were at risk, and that measure affirms that. Oh, is that right? Okay, yeah, sorry, BLT, and so I got my letters mixed up. But yes, thank you for that clarification. And then on the $8 million portion of that strategy, we acknowledge that as we recover from COVID, our revenues are going to continue to grow, and it will take time to grow. And so how do we bridge at least some of the gap in order to grow what we've targeted $8 million on an ongoing basis? And so we've looked at that, and that's roughly a $20 to $30 million one-time reserve that would be needed to grow $8 million over about 4 years. And so from a budgetary conceptual basis, to the extent we don't solve our ongoing structural issue, we could use one-time dollars to bridge that gap, but that's a lot of one-time dollars needed to just grow a small amount. So that's the idea behind growing out of it, as we've heard feedback before, but would take roughly $30 million in reserves that we don't have. But we'll continue to have cost control measures to help us generate one-time dollars to help kind of bridge that gap. And then I apologize, I didn't hear the full question around $1.7 million. Which item was that one?
That was item related to ERAF lawsuit, Education School District lawsuit. So you budgeted around 1.7 million set aside for that lawsuit. I'm trying to find out whether that is only for 2021-22 or it is cumulative from the previous years. I don't know when this lawsuit came into it.
Yeah, no, thank you for that question. So the 1.7 is just what we collected in 21-22. There's a statute of limitations that could go back even further that would put the city at risk and to a larger amount. That's a lawsuit that the county is handling, and with regards to impacts, it would impact all the cities, the county, and the school district with regards to how those ERAF dollars are distributed. So they've recommended, at least for what we received in 21-22, 30% of that is set aside in a reserve for potential the results of litigation out of that. So that's the 1.7 that we've set aside. So that's based on county guidance of what could be at risk. The risk is greater, but this is kind of what they've told all the cities in our county to kind of set aside to be a little bit conservative on that side.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go to the public now to see if there's any public questions or comments on this. Do we have anyone? No? Okay. All right, I'm going to come back to council now. Vice Mayor Jane, and do you have a motion?
Yes. I'm still want to talk about the land sale reserve. were we to use the land sale reserve to help purchase land at Tasman East, would we legally be allowed to use the MFA money to replenish the land sale reserve once we did that? Sort of use it as a loan or a bond to repay it, to replenish that, knowing that we're going to get somewhere between $100 and $190 million.
Yeah, so in response to that question, I mean, that's an approach that we've used in the past with regards to the Reed and Grant Sports Park, where the land sale reserve used money to purchase that from a park perspective, and park impact fees repaid the general fund land sale reserve. So I think from a legal perspective, it would be allowable. The only question is depending on the location of the Tasman East property and where those developer paid impact fees were collected, as long as it's within that legal nexus and requirements. That would, without being a lawyer, that would be my thought on the restrictions and limitations to the repayment of using park impact fees to the land sale reserve.
City Manager, did you have something to say?
So I was just going to
You
say,
looked on-
short answer, Vice Mayor, is yes, you can, but recommendation is you shouldn't. Use the parkland fee first.
All right.
Sorry, I know, but if the 18 million is not enough, then we could use the 12 million and repay it later. That was my point.
Councilmember Watanabe,
Thank you, Mayor. I
you have a
really,
motion as well?
oh, sure. I'll be happy to make a motion to, this is a note and file, right? And
there's
the
3 items.
recommendations, yes. Sorry, go to the end here. Okay, so the recommendation is to note and file. So this motion is to accept staff recommendation to note and file the fiscal year 21-22 budget year-end report, approve the fiscal year 21-22 budget amendments to address the necessary budget ratifications as set forth in attachment 1 of the report, and 5 affirmative council votes are required. And approve the fiscal year 22-23 budget amendments as set forth in attachment 2 of this report. And again, 5 affirmative council votes are required for the revenue actions and the use of the unused balances as noted for each item in attachment 2.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Watanabe, a second by Councilmember Park. Thank you for that. Did you want to make comments as well?
I just wanted to thank Director Lee also for the report and the good news. I mean, it is good news, however you look at it. And yes, we still have a ways to go, but to know that some of these reserves and funds, that they will be replenished, at least some of the money's put back in, just to have it there again for rainy day purposes is wonderful. And also the city council priority. I remember we basically wiped that account out last year with, we used some of it for the mobile showers and the washing, but at the same time, some of it was used for the downtown. And I remember saying to the city manager at that time, is there any possibility of other monies coming back in case there's other priorities? And you said no, but here we are. So we've got another $300,000 to put again for a rainy day and do something good for the community. So thank you for the report.
Thank you.
And thank you, Director Lee. I know your office has been so challenged in the last several years with everything, and you always you come up with fabulous recommendations. So thank you for these recommendations as well. Thank you.
Mayor.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Councilmember Chahal,
Just a quick comment.
quick comment.
I noted the pension liability has been reduced because of the funds doing very well. That's a very good news. I know I can commend you for that, but I think it's more of an investment. But it's a good news for the city. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Director Lee. All right, next we have a public hearing action on a resolution amending rate schedules for electric services for all classes of customers affected January 1st, 2023. And this is an actual public hearing, City Attorney? So I open the public hearing. Is it?
Correct.
Okay, so the public hearing is open. Director Pineda.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Good evening. Chief Electric Utility Officer Manuel Pineda. Pleasure to be here tonight. And I'm hoping I can get a presentation for item 7. And I am here tonight to speak regarding adopting our new rates to account for that proposed rate increase. If I can have the next slide, please. So as you've seen in the past, every time I present to you on rates, we completed our public outreach as part of that process. We do have a pretty thorough public outreach process, both through social media as well as using email platforms, Nextdoor, and also even direct connections with some of our key customers. Next slide, please. So I wanted to talk about the need for the increase. And once again, this is a slide you've seen before, although there's some additional details I'd like to highlight for you. Obviously, we need to be able to maintain and operate the utility. As you know, we have to purchase power and produce power because we have our own facilities to meet the city's needs. And one of the key things we've been focusing on and engaging in contracts with is our proactive maintenance for our facilities, both our power plants and our T&D system, to make sure that we maintain system reliability. Once again, we want to continue to meet our state renewable energy requirements. And I do want to acknowledge, although I am really glad that we have some rain, and I hear the snow is coming down pretty good. Very excited. We need to keep it going. It's been a long time, and our hydroelectric output has been hurt quite a bit, and we have to buy power from other sources to account for that. So really, what we're trying to do, and the need for the increase, is to balance the utility budget to account for those costs, and also some additional costs that I'm going to highlight that SVP does not control and are affecting utilities throughout the state. If I can have the next slide, please. So as we all know, and I think we've read all the articles, don't have to touch on it too much, we have gone through a historic inflation rate that's affected all the work that we do, whether it's materials, construction, maintenance, operations, everything's affected by it. One factor that's been fairly significant is the natural gas commodity costs. That's actually the table that I have in front of you, and you can see just what happened in mid-2021 as those gas prices just went up. And it's been a little bit of a roller coaster for us regarding gas prices. We saw them go up as much as 150% higher than what we're used to. And when we put this slide together, it was about 50% higher from the end of last year. And you can see it had been pretty consistent prior to that. The line kind of stayed pretty flat. And even a couple of days ago, we had seen those prices go down. And once again, a couple of days ago, we saw them go up again. So it is a continued roller coaster for us, and we're waiting for those things to settle down. TAC charges, talked to you about those before, and I have a attachment on the in the report that shows that those have increased. We had a 31% increase for low voltage, 22% increase for high voltage. I expect those to continue to go up, although hopefully not to have each increase year by year. Our gas transportation rates and excess charges had a 36% increase. And renewable energy costs, as you know, we're entering into a new contracts. I think you approved one today. Thank you very much for that, for giving us authority to do that. I think we're over around 400 megawatts that we did recently, or maybe a little bit more than that. I have to go back and count the numbers. Very competitive market. And we're seeing prices on renewable energy contracts that are 15 to 20% higher than we were seeing a year ago or so. So all these costs continue to go up. Next slide, please. So based on everything, we do have a proposed rate increase that it's 8% that would be effective January 2023. This is higher increases than what we've seen in the past few years. We've been keeping it to 2 or 3% in the past few years. But even though it's not much lower, it is still slightly lower than what we've seen in inflation. And it has some costs that were significantly higher than that, like TAC and the gas prices that we discussed at length. I do want to note that even with this increase, we still have the lowest residential rates for any California utility with more than 10,000 customers. As I mentioned, all utilities are having to deal with these issues right now. It's not just SVP. And our residential rates are 57% lower than PG&E at this point. I think PG&E had a significant rate increase over the last 2 years. Based on the 8% rate increase, the average residential electric bill would increase by approximately $4.44 a month. Next slide, please. A lot of numbers in this slide. I'm not going to go through all of them. This is a typical slide that you see. There's a rate comparison between us and PG&E. On the top, you see the 57%. If you go to where it says SVP lower, it's about the fifth column in. you see that we're 57% lower from a residential perspective. And that varies in the minimum 34% lower up to another 48% lower for a large commercial, so significant lower than PG&E. Next slide, please. And to give you a perspective on what this 8% increase means, I'm going to focus on the residential customers once again. For our low users, that's about a little bit over $3 extra a month. For our average users, about $4.44, I mentioned that. And for our high users, which that is a pretty high number, it's about $10.72 for that average cost. Next slide, please. So, even though acknowledging that, we still have the lowest utility cost for any utility with more than 10,000 customers, even though our residential rates are still 57% lower than PG&E, we acknowledge in some cases, in some customers, any increase is something that we're concerned about. And there's two items that I want to focus on for you today. One is that the CAP assistance program, the CAP, what we called. I want to remind you that I know I sent you a note at the time that SVP received $1.3 million to help out all those people who had those late fees and late payments. We provided support for almost 8,000 residential customers with that money, and the average amount was $164. It varied a lot. The range was huge, but if you do the straight math, that's how much support we provided. And that was a significant effort both from SVP staff, and I want to acknowledge Ken's staff as well, to get all those numbers together, it was hours and hours of work to be able to provide that service to the community. And then the last quarterly report, I mentioned that we are upgrading our rate assistance program. I want to thank the city manager for signing off on that memo. That has been modified, and we're ready to implement that January of this year to align with the new rate increase, if the rate increase is approved. As I mentioned before, we had a 25% decrease for people who qualify. We have bumped that up to 35% for the first 300 kilowatt hours and 25% for 300 to 800. And we also developed another program, if you're even at a lower income level, that increases that first reduction to a 40%. So that will be implemented in January as well, and it will align in the same timeframes. And, because we always like to highlight that we have a lot of energy efficiency rebates and programs that are always available to our community. So that concludes staff presentation. If I can go to the final slide, please. And our recommendation is to adopt a resolution amending the rate schedules for electric services to increase electric rates and charges in each rate schedule by 8%, effective January 1, 2023. That concludes staff report. Available for any questions or comments.
Thank you. We'll start with council questions. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, it's not more of questions, it's more of observations from what this was. I hear a lot of concern from the community about the increase, but considering what you just talked about in comparison with PG&E, I think we're doing pretty good compared to what's going on with a lot of people. I know that a lot of people in San Jose are very jealous of our power rates and what we're paying. So I really appreciate what you guys have been doing, the hard work that you guys have been putting in, and also the really increasing the rate assistance program, because I know that's actually a need right now. A lot of people are paycheck to paycheck, and having those kind of services, I think, helps immensely in our community, and more so than a lot of people think. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jane.
Thank you, Director Panetta. I know we got a letter saying that this increase wasn't budgeted for a large user, and I'm wondering, I know what happened was because tax charges and gas prices went up, I believe we dipped into our budget stabilization, our rate stabilization reserve. And so this will replenish, this is needed to replenish that, or can we maybe phase in, do say 6% this year and then 5% next year or something? Would that be another way to do this because people hadn't budgeted for this? And then will you be at some point implementing an EV charging rate? So, thank you.
Councilmember Chahal.
Thank you for the report, Mr. Pineda. Question is, first, I saw that great fluctuation about the gas prices. Is there a way we can hedge against that type of fluctuation? And my next question is, I know we are focusing on solar energy, and consent calendar, I think we passed around 15 years of contract. Can we focus on solar rebates for our residents? I know our power rates are pretty low as compared to PG&E, despite this thing. But can we focus on getting more solar rebates to our residential customers so that they can increase the green component, as well as if we have money, they can do that? And my next question is, I was looking at, I'm not sure what PG&E does, but Saturdays are not included in the non-peak rates. Only Sundays are. Why is that? Like Saturday, most businesses are closed, and if there's a chance, why can't we include Saturdays as a non-peak days on that? Thank you. These are my questions.
Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Director Pineda. So I appreciate the report, and understanding, with everything that you laid out, what the challenges are, and the reasons for the rates to go up. And I hate to even bring this up because I know how hard Silicon Valley Power works to keep the electricity on, but every once in a while there's an incident where a transformer blows or the power goes out in a neighborhood for X amount of hours, and I read about it on Nextdoor, social media, and people, they'll go to the social media pages to get answers and all, but what can we tell the residents, that we're having an increase, but this is what we're doing to, just make our, improve our infrastructure, and make sure that these, incidents don't continue to happen, or not maybe as often as they seem to be happening right now. So that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other questions. So Director Pineda, when you're ready, if you captured those.
I believe I did. Oh.
Councilmember Park.
Thank you. I also share Councilmember Chahal's concern about how can we kind of make the fluctuations, even, how can we ride the fluctuations and make the increases or decrease the changes more predictable. I have questions on how many people are using the rebate programs. I think that those are very good. I think that those are probably needed by a lot more people. Do we have any idea of how many families qualify that are not using the rebates? Because I know that I've talked to people about them and I've showed them the page, and most people said, oh, I had no idea. Because at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how much our rates are lower than other utilities if we can't manage, or we don't manage the rate increases to stay in line with cost of living increases for people on fixed income, such as the elderly and the unemployed. And it would cause them undue hardship. The good news is, I think that in 2023, the Social Security increases will be about 8% as well, in line with that. But at the same time, I know that there have been a number of years where the rate increases have been higher than the cost of living increases for people on fixed income. So I just want to make that note. And again, I have the questions on how many people are using the rebate programs, and if there's a way to find out how many people qualify or could qualify that are not using the rebates, and how do we get the word out better? Thank you.
Okay, that's it. So Director Pineda, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mary. Now I'll start with you, Councilmember Park, and then I'll go back to the beginning of my list. So regarding the fluctuations, yes, we definitely do try to do that with the rates. When we look at rates, we always have a 10-year model that we look at, and we try to balance those out as best as we can. I would say that this year, right, and last year, kind of what we've seen with the economy, what we've seen with gas prices and tax charges, it's unexpected, right? We have a 40-year inflation rate that we have never seen before. And if you look at that graph number, the graph on the gas, we had 150% increases when we had been pretty flat for a number of years before that. So as much as we want to be, like Ken said, as accurate as you can, there's some things that are out of our control, but we are taking a closer look, being a little more conservative in future analysis, so if we can flatten those out. And we have done a really good job. The team has done a really good job at keeping those rates pretty low. I think over the last 5 years, it's been either 2 or 3%. In previous year, there's been higher ones because sometimes things do happen in the energy market. But our goal is to keep it as flat as we can for a long period of time. Regarding the rebate programs, I know we did a full study session on rebate programs. It's been a while. Probably what I would like to do is to go back to staff and just get those spreadsheets and those lists for you again and just get some numbers. I don't have the numbers of how many people participate. We do use social media to advertise whenever new programs come out, right? Because we want to make sure they're done. But this could be a good informational piece to do a push on some of our older programs as well that's been around a while. So I'll get together with staff, and as part of a future quarterly report, maybe I'll highlight, not do a full one like last time because that was very comprehensive, but maybe just highlight some elements. But we'll get the council some information on rebates, what are being used, maybe what some of our most popular ones are, and I'll talk to staff about doing additional outreach on what we have. Well, Councilmember Becker, just wanted to say, I did write your thank you, so I just wanted to say thank you. Yes, the staff did a lot of work on this, and we met a number of times, and I know the staff has been working really hard trying to find the best prices they can. It's just very difficult sometimes. Vice Mayor Jane, yeah, so we did dip into the reserves, as Director Lee mentioned. The increase that we need today is to actually, for future uses and what's coming this year, we're going to have to look at what happens next year. So it's not to replenish our reserves, but just really to provide the services that we provide. It could be another year next year where we have to have something similar. We're keeping a close eye on it. If we were to, say, do less right now, that would mean that we might just have to do something bigger later on, or which the utility has done before, come to you somewhere in mid-year for a mid-year increase in addition to the current one. I know without another NCPA utility is doing an 11% increase, and they're doing an 8 and a 3. And I know that in the past, the utility has had to do mid-increases to account for lower increases. I would propose to use the 8 and stick with the 8. It's still very slightly below inflation, and hopefully that helps us address the question that Councilmember Park said of not having even another bigger increase next year because we don't have this 8 this year. So that would be staff's recommendation. The EV charging rate, I'll follow up on an EV charging rate. I don't have that information for you right now. It's not something that's been on my work plan. Councilmember Chahal, you mentioned about hedging gas. Yes, we do hedge gas. We do that on a regular basis. I try to send the council updates on when we do major gas hedges with kind of what we've done and what kind of savings we get. We're currently looking at it. I would say, based on the graph that you saw, it's a difficult market to hedge gas, right? It's at this point. We actually just talked about that, I believe, a week or 2 weeks ago, and I'll just say it's a difficult market to hedge gas based on the prices we're seeing right now. But we are always looking for a good deal on gas. Regarding solar rebates, we had a solar rebate program before for lower income. It didn't get used that much. We're doing right now a survey for community solar that, as I mentioned last time, it's not, we're going to do it again in January, get more outreach because we probably did it at the wrong time. We didn't get as much feedback as we wanted. I'll tell you, kind of you answer the question, and what we hear on a regular basis is, yeah, if you're in PG&E territory, the ROI, when you're 50% higher, it's pretty easy to come to, yeah, solar makes sense financially. From our customers, what we understand, people tend to do it are not really because the ROI is quite there for them, but really just because from an environmental perspective, it's something they want to do. We always looking at new programs. Right now, we're focused on the community solar survey. We'll see how those numbers come out. Part of that includes financial analysis, and that'll help us determine kind of what the financial feasibility might be. And then I will have to check on the PG&E non-peak rates you mentioned. I'm not familiar with that. We do have different rates than than PG&E, of course, in different rate schedules, but I'll have to follow up with staff on it. If I misunderstood that question, please let me know.
That question is like our own, we don't give Saturdays as a non-peak rates on Saturdays. So my question is, I don't know what PG&E does or not, but why don't we do it on Saturdays, non-peak hour?
Thank you for that clarification. I know the whole team's listening to this, so we'll take that note and we'll get back to you on that.
Okay. And on the solar, if I may clarify, there's a reason, it's a catch-22 because our rates are good, so we are not giving enough rebates, so they don't go for solar. But if we do a deep discounts on our solar rebates or high rebates, basically, probably we will attract those solars on the residential part and maybe can make it more attractive. So, and we increase our green portfolio. That was my
yeah, and that's a great point, and we have talked about that before. And then, as part of any time we do rebates, we also have to show the value that the money provides. So but I do think as part of the community solar process and looking at the numbers on that help us determine if we want to do more. We want to go back to what we had done before, try to do solar rebates for residential, but and for single-family homes. But that program, as I noticed before my time, wasn't really that successful just because the ROI wasn't there. But we'll double check on it as we do this community solar process. And Councilmember Watanabe said communication with the community. Yeah, fully understand that any increase, right, especially during this time, is a difficult increase. I think my key points are that there's circumstances that we have to kind of work under, and the inflation rate and everything that's occurred with the economy is part of that. I would remind that we always keep the rates as low as we can whenever we have the ability to do so. And if you look at the last 20 years or so, there's been years in there that some zeros have been in place as well, that we haven't come back for rate increases. And lastly is that we do have our programs, our FRAP, and we do provide services for people who can do it, and we have recently increased those programs. Regarding outages, we have enhanced our maintenance efforts and proactive maintenance efforts. Part of the rate increases go towards that has minimized outages, and if we were to not have the appropriate rate increases, for example, one of the things I would have to look at would be no proactive tree trimming, for example. And we know even with that proactive tree trimming, we still get issues, or no proactive equipment replacement, which would create additional outages in the community. So it's a balance. It's not an easy conversation, but we do have those programs in place for people who are having a difficult time.
Thank you, Director Pineda. I appreciate that. We're going to go to the public now. It is a public hearing. Would any member of the public like to speak on the issue of the electric rate increases? City Clerk, you don't have anyone? All right, may I have a motion, please, to close the public hearing? Motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Chahal to close the public hearing.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, that passes unanimously. Is there a motion to adopt the resolution,
All motion.
amending the rate schedule?
I'll second. With the understanding that we have to.
Yes.
Motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy. City Clerk, roll call vote when you're ready.
Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes.
Councilmember Chahal?
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy?
Yes.
Councilmember Park?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes.
Councilmember Becker?
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore?
Yes, and that passes unanimously. Thank you, Director Pineda, for the report. Thank you. All right, next we have action on appointment of a Santa Clara Station Area Plan Task Force. Is that you, City Manager?
Mayor and council members, Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development, can walk us through this. In your report, there are suggestions on the formation of the task force. He can describe for us the basis of that, and there's one appointment which we left open, but you can have a discussion today. And I know community members wrote to you with the names for that one particular one from Old Quad. So Andrew can walk us through. Andrew?
Thank you, Director Crabtree.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I do have a PowerPoint. If we bring that up, please. All right, so next slide. So we're in the beginning stages of the Santa Clara Station Area planning process. And we're looking tonight for the City Council to appoint the task force that would represent the community. And this would allow us to have the task force participate in the consultant selection process, which is going to take place over the winter and into the spring. Just a reminder that we're sort of cooperating with the VTA on this process as they obtain some of the funding. We'll be managing the consultant, but we are doing a joint procurement process with the VTA. And then this is going to lead towards the development of a land use plan next summer, the environmental analysis, leading us into the fall, winter, and then coming back in 2024 is the plan for the Planning Commission City Council hearings on the station area plan. That's just the background. Next slide, please. So staff is recommending that the task force be 7 members composed of residents and stakeholders. They would have formally notice meetings open to the public. They are subject to Brown Act as a council appointed body. They would be advisory and non-voting. They won't have a sort of formal recommendation process, but more providing input and helping inform the planning process as we go forward. Really just specifically for this planning process, not intended to be an ongoing group. And goals with this kind of task force is, of course, two directional. One is to hear from the community and make sure that the community's interests and concerns are being addressed in the plan, but also to sort of build support with the community too, that there's community ownership and the sense of that the plan was prepared very much in partnership with the community. Next slide, please. The staff is recommending the 7 members to be appointed as follows. And we first began by identifying different groups that we thought it would be appropriate to include, and reached out to those groups and asked them to provide a name. So the Historical Landmarks Commission, we have Patricia Young that was identified by that group. The Cultural Commission, Candida Diaz. The Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, Jane Kesselmeyer. Reclaiming Our Downtown, Dan Andrzejczyk. Santa Clara University, Dave Schoenwetter. Architect, Santa Clara resident, Rob Meyer. And then for the 7th spot, of course, the Old Quad Residents Association seemed to be an appropriate group. And we did reach out to that group and they recommended a member, Jonathan Evans. And if you go to the next slide, please. Just want to identify that there's really 2 alternatives here. Our concern with Jonathan Evans is they does share a household with Patricia Long. And so we thought it would be best if we had broader representation potentially from the community. We asked the Old Quad if there was an alternative representative that they could identify. They indicated that they could if the council so directed, but that their definite preference was to proceed with Jonathan Evans as the representative of the Old Quad. And I believe, as the city manager mentioned, you did receive some communications in support of that, basically saying that he has independent views, and so that would be a valuable contribution to the task force. So really, just here we are asking council to give us direction on this. The staff's initial concern was that we really wanted to have the representation be as broad as possible across the community, and that was the reason for staff's recommendation. But we recognize that there's an alternative approach here too. And it's really looking for the direction of the council on this. So with that, staff is available for any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So my question is in regards to the letter, and this is for the city attorney that we did receive from Mark and Kathy Kelsey. I love Jonathan Evans. I think he's a perfect candidate, but I want to make sure that there's no legal issues with picking Jonathan, considering that they do live in the same household.
there are no issues.
There are none? Okay. So being that, I guess I'd like to make a motion then. And my motion will be to take staff's recommendation and wherever it went, there it went, sorry. To take staff's recommendation and also take the alternative and appoint as recommended by staff to the Old Quads Residents Association to be represented by Jonathan Evans as proposed by the Old Quad Residents Association.
Second that.
Vice Mayor Jane?
I have a couple of questions about this committee. It's advisory and non-voting, but the purpose of the committee is to select the consultant. So would there not be a vote? And then the second question I have is that I know that the Palo Alto Sustainability Commission is an ad hoc committee, and or I think it was their Climate Action Plan Committee. So an ad hoc committee for a specific person and a purpose and a limited time doesn't necessarily have to be subject to the Brown Act. That's my understanding of how it works. And so I know in Palo Alto, their committee was not subject to the Brown Act. And I believe the former city attorney weighed in on this. I'll have to find the letter. But I know Jonathan Evans. I'm a member of the Old Quad Residents Association, and he's the current president of OCRA. And he's also participates actively in the community working group to study the BART station area. So I think he would be an excellent member of this group, and I support the motion.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I wanted to make certain I was really clear, because this is a recommending body. It's a short term, but the idea is to get as many voices as possible from the neighborhoods. It will be publicly noticed, and anyone from the public will be able to speak. Is that correct?
Correct. By the council's action to approve this task force, it is a legislative body subject to the Brown Act.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Councilmember Hardy?
So, because we had a concern when we had a husband and wife team on the BPAC, but that was mostly because they were voting for each other. So there is no legal concern if we allow this.
I would say that on its face, there is no legal issue with appointing people who live in the same household to this task force. I can predict what issues may come up before the task force, but I imagine that those issues will be resolved or addressed as it occurs at each meeting.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's great that, there's an opportunity for the community to participate on the task force. And as has been said, that it's an opportunity to get, a lot of different opinions and hear from different members of the community. I have concerns about the fact that, a husband and wife are going to be appointed to the task force. To me, they live in the same household. They probably share their ideas with each other. So one of them would probably be taking their ideas to the meeting and expressing them. And I think it's by allowing this, it's limiting an opportunity for another voice in the community. I mean, I'm thinking about the Portuguese. The SES Hall is down in the Old Quad, and I'm sure there's several other organizations as well that might like to have a voice and be a part of this. So I do have concerns, and I was thinking about the BPAC committee as well when there was a husband and wife that wanted to be a part of it. and it wasn't allowed, but I understand why. But at the same time, I just think that this is not giving an opportunity for another voice in the community to be a part of this task force. So I will not be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Park?
Yes, I actually know Jonathan Evans as well. He's come to city council meetings, has been very active with the community, and it shows. It's not just something you hear about, it's something that we can see as well in council meetings. But I do share the concern, not just of husband and wife or the same household, but when I look at the proposed task force membership, and I look at the intersectionality of Old Quad Residents Association with the other proposed membership, that's pretty high. There are several members on the proposed membership list that already live in the Old Quad. At that point, I guess my question is, why do we need an additional Old Quad Residents Association? I understand that that is an organization that's, again, it's right in the area. I'm looking at the area that's defined by the Old Quad, the quadrangle, but kind of odd-shaped. And I guess my question is, again, if we look at the intersectionality of the Old Quad Resident Association with the other proposed memberships, it's pretty high. And I feel that if we're looking for, if we're just looking for people to be, represented, I just feel that the Old Quad Resident Association already has quite a bit of representation on the proposed members already on this list. It's my concern. Do we have any comments on how we looked at this? Have we looked at the kinds of intersections of people, between the different organizations?
Oh, is that it? Okay. All right, Councilmember Chahal?
Thank you, Mayor. So I do see the perspective of two people we are talking about, Patricia and John. I think they both bring different skill sets, and that's the reason they are active in the community and represent different organizations into it, basically. And John Evans is basically selected by the body, Old Quad Resident Association, not by himself. So the body itself showed some responsibility that, okay, we want to nominate John Evans for that. So I will be more than happy to, I already second the motion, but I'm okay with this thing. But my other point is, I do not see any business representative on this committee, basically, because if you look from the perspective of adding different pillars, different voices, I don't see any business representation, and whether we want to expand it so that we may add a business representative on this committee, and how we can do that down the line. But for today, I'm okay with the motion on the table. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also okay with the list, but I think there's some key areas missing, and I agree with Councilmember Chahal. One of them is the business community around there. Second is transportation advocate. We don't have one. And then I wanted to know how we selected these members. I see there's a member at large, but did we open it up for the community to be a member at large? Like, did we, or I don't, maybe Director can let us know how these people were selected. I don't have a problem with any of them, but I think that we should expand the committee to include a transportation advocate and open it up for applications, and a member at large application, and someone from the business community. Because I think once you put a husband and wife team on together and you only have 7 members, it makes it a little bit interesting. And I don't have any problems personally with either the husband or the wife team. They're both very intelligent and would bring, I'm sure they're different perspectives, but for the public's knowledge, it might be it might be questionable, and I know we went through this with the BPAC committee and with a different conclusion, but I don't have a problem with either of them. But I do think that our public didn't know anything about this, as far as I know. I didn't know anything about this until I saw it on the agenda. So I think we should open it up to at least 3 more: transportation advocate, another member at large to give anyone in the community that's interested, and the business community. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor.
Was that from before?
No, I had some more. I wanted to say a few comments first because I forgot to say those comments before I made a motion. But I'm really excited to hear about the Santa Clara Station area plan. I know that when I was very advocating on a downtown plan, that we should have been doing this at the same time with the El Camino specific plan and a Santa Clara Station plan. And so if you're a fan of the A team, I love it when a plan comes together. So I'm really excited to see that this is happening. But I would like to make a amendment to my motion, and that is to entertain Mayor Gilmore's idea, which I do agree that I think it should be more inclusive, have more voices. I think Kevin Park, Councilmember Park, says this often about democracy: more voices is more representation. So I would like to add to my motion that we have 2 members at large from the community, that we have a member from the SES Hall that Councilmember Watanabe mentioned, as well as members from the business community that Councilmember Chahal mentioned, as well as Mayor's mention of the transportation advocate. And I think this should be a little bit more open process, especially for selecting the 2 members at large.
Who was it? Who'd had the second?
I seconded.
Are you okay with that? All right. So we have a motion and a second with expanding the task force. I think that's a great idea. Let's go now to the public. We have some public members on. Kathy, go ahead, Kathy.
Hi, it's Mark Kelsey. Hi, yeah, I think my name, I'm using a Zoom that has my wife's name on it. So,
Okay.
and I know she supports this statement as well. I am speaking, Mark Kelsey, as the Vice President of the Old Quad Residents Association, and on behalf of the Old Quad Residents Association Board of Directors, we urge the council to approve Jonathan Evans as the Okra representative for the Station Area Task Force. We don't believe that it should be an impediment to Mr. Evans serving on this task force that he's in the same household as Ms. Leong. Both Mr. Evans and Ms. Leong are highly qualified by their expertise and experience. They both bring different and complementary expertise to this work. In particular, Mr. Evans has been a committed and passionate leader for our Old Quad community. He will ably represent the Old Quad community. He has been the president of the Old Quad Residents Association for several years and have been involved with the group for many years beyond that. He is currently serving as a member of VTA's Santa Clara Station Community Working Group for the proposed BART Santa Clara Station. Mr. Evans has been Okra's lead representative on various community development activities in the station area, including the Gateway Crossing Project, the Benton Apartment Project, the proposed project at the Caltrain parking lot. Mr. Evans has the full confidence and support of the Okra board as our representative on planning for this very important station area task force. I want to say Ms. Leong also brings considerable expertise and experience from her service on the Historical and Landmarks Commission, and she's a member of the Caltrain Citizens Advisory Committee. Both experiences are vitally important to the Station Area Task Force. It's a benefit to the community to have both Mr. Evans and Mr. Leong on this task force, and we're fortunate that 2 such well-qualified members are willing to serve.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. I just want to clarify with the maker of the motion, does that your motion does include Jonathan Evans as the Old Quad representative? Is that part of your motion?
Yes, it is.
All right. Thank you. All right. Adam, go ahead, Adam.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'll be very quick. I agree with Mark Kelsey, President of the Old Quad. Jonathan Evans has shown a great interest and self initiative to learn about this area and really do great things with the VTA and BART through multiple discussions already. And I would like to make sure that we don't make a mistake by not having somebody who is knowledgeable, who is passionate about Santa Clara, lead the way for where we go. I would also like to state that in the past, there have been multiple Santa Clara University representatives on different commissions for different items. So it would be considered the same household. So there is a precedence for it. And I would agree with Mayor Gilmore's initiative to add a few more members to this commission, as well as someone from the business community. So thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Jonathan? Go ahead, Jonathan.
Hello. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Well, my name is Jonathan Evans, and I'm the president of the Old Quad Residents Association. And I did want to talk a little bit about the stationary task force selection criteria. I mean, OCRA is heavily invested in the success of the Santa Clara station as it directly borders our neighborhood. And this development will directly, and future development in the area will directly impact our members. And, as Mark already mentioned, when discussing who should represent OCRA with the board, and I was identified as the best representative. As was, I guess, previously mentioning, I've been following development at the station area for the last several years. I've educated myself on both transit-oriented and pedestrian-oriented development. I represent OCRA on the VTA Santa Clara Station CDVG, and I'm heavily engaged with the wider OCRA community. I think it was unfortunate that, city staff had identified that despite being qualified, the fact that I shared a household with the HLC representative should disqualify me potentially from participating in this task force. As an elected representatives, I'm sure you're all well aware that you're representing your constituents and you need to take their opinions into consideration. And as the OCRA president, I take my job very seriously to listen to the Old Quad community and work on behalf of the membership. So when staff reached out and told me of the perceived lack of diverse opinion, I did take some offense that they seem to think that neither of us can think for ourselves, and that in my case, I cannot perform my duties as the president of OCRA. Neither could I ask Patricia to stand down, as she too is highly qualified to participate as the chair of the HLC and also a member of the Caltrans Citizens Advisory Committee and a regular rider of transit at the station. I did take this concerns back to OCRA's board, and as you heard, they do continue to support my nomination. And I also agree with, support the mayor's proposal to add a few members. I think having more members on this board task force will help get us a wider diversity of opinion, and also make sure that we're designing the station so it affects the most members of the community in the best way possible. So thank you, and I would enjoy your support and appreciate being able to serve. Have a good evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Jonathan, and please don't take offense. The staff brought it to us because we had this issue come up on our bicycle pedestrian committee, so it was a discussion that we had earlier, so it wasn't personal to you. Patricia, go ahead, Patricia.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time. Figure I should talk too, since you guys are talking about us. My name is Patricia Lang, nominated tonight to represent HLC for the task force. I'm asking you to select option 2 to include Jonathan in the task force. I was a bit offended when staff asked one of us to drop off because Jonathan and I share a household, but I understand based on this discussion. We've had like our own years of individual advocacy work in different fields that happen to converge at this site. I've been an advocate for proper preservation of some of our most important historic assets on the site, and I have also been a transit advocate on behalf of Santa Clara County transit riders in the last 3.5 years in the JPB, and for a more equitable and connected transit system that would bring greater economic opportunities to the area. Jonathan, on the other hand, has been a proven leader for the Old Quad neighborhood and knows more about transit-oriented development mechanics and policies as it relates to the immediate neighborhood than I ever will. And that's based on his membership in the VTA BART Community Working Group, and as the squeaky wheel that pushed VTA towards a better station design, and this in-depth participation in various large-scale developments in the area. I urge the council to select option 2 to ensure that we have the best representation in this important task force, and I really welcome the idea of the additional members to the task force to include more voices for this project. So appreciate the support. Thank you.
Thank you. Kurt, go ahead, Kurt.
Yeah, hi. I tuned into just the last part of this conversation, so I won't address any of the things in the motion. But what I gathered from this is that Patricia and someone in her household were in conflict or potentially in conflict. And I just want to say I personally worked with Patricia, and we worked on a COVID response, feeding with restaurants and feeding the community through donations. And she has a ton of integrity in how she approaches things. And I hope you do not, I hope you support her and the old quad, because I know she's very active in her community there. If that's what they believe in, you should absolutely support them and trust that it will be done well. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that would like to speak on this issue? All right, if not, we have a motion and a second on the floor. So speaking to the motion, Councilmember Park.
Again, while I appreciate the inclusion of the additional members, whether they're at large or from specific groups like business, my question originally was about the logic around the defined membership. I don't think that was addressed, which is it's not about the people, it's about the representation. You already have at least 3 members from the Old Quad Residents Association on this list, without including an Old Quad Residents Association representative as a separate member. I have no problem removing the Old Quad Residents Association designation and making Jonathan Evans an at-large member, but I think that I don't like the designation as an Old Quad representative when there's already a lot of people who are in the Old Quad. Like, I don't understand the logic behind including the Old Quad Residents Association as a separate, as a, I guess, a reason for inclusion. Again, it's not about people, but it's like there were so many other opportunities that we could have had. I don't understand what the logic was in like looking at intersectionality. Like, I would think that that's one of the things that you would look at when you try to get inclusion or you try to get representation, and I kind of baffled here. But I would like to make a change that said that Jonathan Evans, I have no problem with Jonathan Evans. I have no problem that he lives in the same household as somebody else. I don't think there's an issue with board members living in the same household unless one of them acts as a treasurer or is in a financial position, which I don't think is the case here. But in this case, I would like to, submit Jonathan Evans as an at-large member, remove the Old Quad Residents Association designation as a spot on here, and continue with an additional at-large and perhaps somebody from business, maybe have 9 members instead of 10. I don't know how you want to do it, but I don't think that you've addressed my question about inclusion, representation, and intersectionality on the membership.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess I want to know, do we have to come up with an idea now of who selects the 2 members that I'm proposing to be at large? Is it the council? Is it the proposed task force? Who would be making that decision?
Should be the council or...
It's at your discretion.
Okay, so then let's do it via the council and let's have an application process.
So we added 4 members actually, 2 at large, 1 business,
one
business, 1
transportation advocate.
Yeah.
I know Councilmember Watanabe said the SES hall, which I've already put in there. Did you get that on my motion? You got that? Okay.
So basically 5, right?
Yeah.
And we'll have to do outreach to them.
Outreach. So
for
all 5 you want the council to. That's your.
But my suggestion was to convert the Old Quad Resident Association
I think he
member
heard your suggestion.
I understand that. I agree with you on that respect, but then at the same time, I don't want to punish anybody else on there because, Patricia, she is a historical landmarks commissioner. It's great to have her, in that role. At the same time, I think Rob Mayer lives in the Old Quad. And I say that the Old Quad Residents Association should have some representation. I mean, Vice Mayor Jane said he's a member of it, but he's not on here. So I think it's a fair and appropriate thing to allow, but I see where you're coming from, though.
All right, Councilmember Watanabe. So wait, before we do that, so adding to your motion would be the council would be appointing, correct?
Yes.
All right, do you have that, City Clerk? Okay. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Based on the input after what I stated earlier, I think it's appropriate that the task force be expanded to give the opportunity for additional members of the community to be a part of it. And I think it's a good resolution to make sure that it's not just seems Old Quad-centric members, but it'll give an opportunity for more members of the community to have a voice. So I will now support this amended motion. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion on the floor. City Clerk, would you like to read the motion just to make sure there was several parts on the motion?
Madam Mayor, from process point of view, I'm not sure how long will it take for the council to appoint these 5 people? Should the committee continue with these 7 for the timing, and then we add those if they need to work on something urgently? I think we should clarify that they can continue working on with these 7, and then when we appoint these, then onboarding of those people will.
I don't know what urgent thing they'd be working
I'm just
on now.
thinking of. I don't know.
It'd be nice to have them all at once, right, City Manager?
I would agree, Mayor, because they have to, they may have to elect someone as the lead, not
Let's do
necessarily
it all
the
at once.
chair. So everyone should participate. My only comment would be, try to keep it to odd number, just to break ties or something, as opposed to 7 + 5, which would be 12. But that'll be up to you when you get the applications. You can select 4 instead of. Still,
So one at
sometimes to
large.
break tie. Consensus would be the order, but still.
1 at large, 1 business, 1 transport.
That was 13.
And 1, you mentioned,
We had 2 at large,
so we reduced that to
2 at
1.
large, 1 transportation advocate,
1 business
1 business,
and 1
1 SES,
SCS. Yeah. So instead of 2 at large, we can do 1 at large.
1 at large,
Yeah,
and that's
then it
5,
will be
and that's 7,
Okay.
or 4.
If
That's 4.
May I possibly weigh into just a quick clarification? The task force, I know there was a comment that the task force would only be working on the RFP, but I want to clarify that that's just the first task that was identified, and that the task force would be working throughout the planning process. Our schedule, we're supposed to get engaged with the RFP pretty immediately. So that's what we were hoping to have the task force appoint tonight. But if we delay that, we can either proceed with the RFP just at a staff level, or if we delay that part of the process, it does shorten the total amount of time that we have, given the deadlines associated with the grant.
We should be able to just send out or advertise the applications and have them brought back at our next meeting in January 10th.
January, we could.
That gives us a month, right? A little over a month.
The staff's direction to have the clerk's office do an application process, or?
Yeah, that's more. I think that's where the direction we were going. I would say maybe.
Let's vote on this and let the staff figure it out, okay? To get us the applications as quickly as possible.
Yeah, as quickly as possible. I think we did that before, where we had it like within a month or something or less.
We've done quick applications before.
May I just confirm the motion on the floor?
Go ahead.
Sure, go for it.
Yes, please.
Don't
Motion
forget
on
the
the floor is to accept staff recommendation, appoint Jonathan Evans as the Old Quad Residents Association representative, with an amendment to expand the task force by council appointment with 1 at-large member, 1 from the SES Hall, 1 from the business member community, and 1 transportation advocate. Is that correct? Maker of the motion?
Or, yes. That,
And the council selects the.
I said by
that in
council
there?
appointment.
Okay. Yes, all right, that's the motion. And there was a second by Councilmember Chahal. And roll call vote, please.
Sorry, Mayor, if I may, before you all vote. I just want to clarify that my advice on the Brown Act, whether this committee would be, this task force would be subject to the Brown Act, is general advice. I want to look at I'll look at the functions of the task force again, and I'll provide a memo to staff accordingly.
Right, it's subject to the Brown Act. All right.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
No.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes 6-1. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, on that. All right, our last business item is actions to adopt a resolution approving and adopting updated salary plans for various as-needed classified and unclassified positions, including city manager. City manager?
Director of HR, Araceli Azevedo, has a brief presentation. I want to also thank Councilmember Watanabe for catching an error. She'll correct that, she being Araceli, in her presentation. And this is required under CalPERS rules because of the recent adjustments which were approved by the council during the MOU process with different bargaining units. So this is to update all that, and Araceli can brief us on that.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Araceli Azevedo, Director of Human Resource. So as the City Manager mentioned, the item before you this evening is adoption of a resolution that approves the salary plans with the negotiated salary increases that the City Council has previously approved. The adoption of a resolution complies with CalPERS requirements. In the packet is also the as-needed salary plan that is updated to reflect the minimum wage effective January 1st, 2023. And for the city manager classification specifically, the city manager hourly rate will increase by 3.25% to $221.01 per hour. The interim city manager is limited to 960 hours per fiscal year and does not receive any benefits. And the former city manager hourly rate will increase to $232.64 an hour, which is also a 3.25% increase. And for the record, we did want to note that the original packet included the unclassified salary plan that included an error for the classification of council member that has been revised, and a supplemental email was sent to the city council to reflect that change, to revert it back to what it originally should have been. With that, I can answer any questions if there are any.
Is there any from council? I remember going through this last year. Any questions? Seeing none, no questions. This isn't a public hearing, so is there any member of the public that has any questions on this? Seeing none, do we have a motion to adopt the resolution?
Also move.
Second.
To clarify, is to adopt the motion as corrected by staff.
Yes.
Thank you.
The motion as the recommendation, but with the correction. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion. Was there a second? Yes. Second by Councilmember Watanabe. Councilmember Hardy, you're...
Oh.
Okay. All right, City Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously. All right, members, reports of members and special committees, do we have any? Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just make it quick. Yes, I attended the Human Trafficking Commission meeting on Friday. The commission hasn't met in over a year. It's a county commission. And I've actually served on the committee since I think I was appointed to the city council in 2016. So it was originally appointed or created in preparation for the Super Bowl. And there used to be a lot more meetings, but then as time went on, it's been reduced to once a year. But I actually brought up on Friday about the World Cup. And since we're in the midst of the World Cup at the moment, and since some of the World Cup in 2026 is planned for Santa Clara, I asked whether or not they would be, implementing, the programs and that they had created in the past. And so Chair Cindy Chavez said that they would probably be creating a subcommittee in preparation for that event. But the good news is that even over the years, even though they're only meeting once a year, a lot of work has been done in order to make sure that workers that are vulnerable, that may be from other countries that don't have that have English as their second language, and they're being taken advantage of as a result. There's been a lot of outreach to protect those communities, and it's just good to know that this vulnerable population is being looked after, and ways of identifying members that are vulnerable to wage theft, etc. That there are organizations out there that are looking out for their best interests.
All right, thank you. City manager reports.
Mayor, nothing specific. Just wanted to remind everyone we have a special meeting on Thursday, and we'll start with a closed session at 5 o'clock, and then regular meeting around 5:30.
Thank you. Which leads us to our adjournment. Karen, you have the first one.
Yes, I do. Thank you. Charlie Tucker was born in Cherry County, Valentine, Nebraska, on Christmas Eve on 1937. I will say he was always teased about being a wonderful Christmas present to everyone. His life was. Charlie was married to his wife, Judy, in 1962 and welcomed their daughter, Dawn, in 1966. Charlie graduated from Santa Clara University College of Law in 1973 and practiced family law. He became an entrepreneur and managed an executive recruitment agency for 15 years before retiring to follow his love of history. This passion led him to become a preservationist, restoring a couple of historical homes in the Old Quad area of Santa Clara. I remember him telling me stories of going through 2x10s in the Kiley house, drilling those, and being absolutely exhausted, but knowing he was doing the right thing, restoring the home correctly. After having their home included in the 1992 home tour, Charlie joined the home tour committee, and he photographed homes for artists to sketch for the home tour programs for 26 years. In the early 1990s, Charlie volunteered at the Harris Lass Museum. That's where I got to meet him, and served as the president of the board of directors. He served on the local Habitat for Humanity board for 15 years, was instrumental in working with the city of Santa Clara to build homes for several deserving families. Charlie loved sharing laughter, stories, and his extensive wisdom with his friends, family, and especially his two grandsons who benefited him greatly. We lost him almost a year ago in January. And since it would have been his birthday very soon, we thought this was an appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd also like to ask the council that we adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Patricia Ann Dito. Patricia Ann Dito was born in North Adams, Massachusetts in 1947. She graduated from Sequoia High School in Redwood City. Patricia was very active in the Santa Clara community. She was a member of the Elks Lodge number 2347 and held the title of the Exalted Ruler from 2013 to 2014. Patricia was a parishioner at St. Justin's Parish Community Church, a member of the Santa Clara Host Lions Club, Santa Clara Women's Club, as well as the Red Hat Society. She loved woodworking and watching the Hallmark Channel with her beloved husband and former Santa Clara City Council member Vern Dito. On December 2nd, 2022, Patricia Ann Dito passed away at the age of 75. She's survived by her husband Vern and children Jeff, Melanie, and Chris, daughter-in-laws Malia and Julie, stepdaughters Nancy, Linda, Margie, son-in-laws Patrick and Tony, and grandchildren Joseph, Gage, Junior, Jeffrey, Gianna, and Jake. So I'd like to ask the council that we adjourn in both of their memories this evening. Do I have a motion, please?
I'd like to make a motion to adjourn in both Patricia Ann Dito and Charlie Tucker's name.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to adjourn. City Clerk, when you're ready.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Yes.
Councilmember Shahal.
Yes.
Councilmember Hardy.
Yes.
Councilmember Park.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes.
Councilmember Becker.
Yes.
Mayor Gilmore.
Yes, and that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Good evening, everyone.